You're gonna get Melksy round one, so
Let's go.
All right, according to Dawes, I should be live on the stream as well. Everyone, please mute your microphones. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Right, welcome to our online EU regionals. I hope everybody has a wonderful time. And remember to have fun. Don't be too, hard on yourself and your opponent as well. But of course, it's a competitive event. So, reminders and rules to remember during this event. As I said, it is competitive. That means please mind your triggers and actions. We're not playing IRL, so you have to announce everything, every trigger, everything you do. If you have any questions or you don't understand anything, please ask your opponent. Make sure that you announce everything you do as well. I draw a card, I recollect. This will be very important when it comes to things that would be happening during recollection. Please try to avoid miscommunication. As for this, we have players some of our European players, everyone must speak English. I'd greatly appreciate it. And call judge if you have any questions, any disputes, any issues.
Can I get a sound check? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you fine. So that's for that. As for reporting your matches, I've already put it in the match report channel, how you should do it and when you should do it. You'll have about 3 minutes after the 60 minutes plus 5 minutes is over at the end of each run. I'll explain that again later. So some special rules to remember. For Tristan, Shadow Reaver, the cards will have to be face up. If you're playing Tristan and you activate the card, enters the field, your opponent, they will take 4 cards from the top of their deck and they will announce what they are and they will put it in a place where it's visible to their opponent. So you can avoid, again, miscommunication. What's important about this is that the cards are face up online, but they must be treated as they are face down. Rai is not going to be able to see them in banishment. All right, we're having them face up so we know what they are. Now, when it comes to deciding who will go first, or well, if the loser, when did they decide to go first or second after they've lost the first game? When both players present their decks as ready after they have sideboarded. So I sideboard, put my deck in front of the camera and say, my deck is ready to be cut. Then the loser has to decide. You can do it anytime before that, but that's the best moment to do it because once it has been decided, you cannot sideboard again. Now, after the event, please, please, please be sure to DM me your shipping address and your full name. If you don't do that, I cannot send the rewards out to you. Your shipping address must be written exactly as you want me to put it on the package, exactly as your post office would expect it to be. So I want to avoid, writing it down the wrong way. Now, as for the tournament itself, the winner will be decided by standings. So we will play 6 rounds of Swiss. After that, the top 8 can choose to either play single elimination or they can split the booster rewards equally. That's up to them. We'll play 6 rounds, of course, as I said. Each round will be 60 minutes long. There will be 5 minutes after the 60 minutes or active 3. So when the time is up, I will tag everyone in the pairing section. If there's still tables active by then, judges will go around to make sure everybody's got the memo as well. So whoever is the active player will be counted as turn 0, and then it'll be alternating. So 0, 1, 2, 3. If that match is not concluded, if that game, is not concluded, it'll be classified as null. So whatever your score thus far, well, not thus far, up to that point was, that would be your score. So let's say by some miracle, you're still 0-0 and you cannot finish it, you will be reported as 0-0. And proxy of vault cards and banned cards, of course, I'm hoping you all are updated with what cards are banned. And for proxy cards, I hope you have had them printed nicely so your opponents will be able to, see them clearly and well on your field. As for reporting, again, I have put exactly how you should report your matches. The winner must report, and it has to be exactly in that format. Otherwise, there's a chance I might mess it up. So, any questions?
So everybody's
happens.
and log out. Just leave you. Okay.
I mean,
We
gets thrown
should
in.
we should be live. I'm checking the stream, but it's not showing up yet.
Ah, I see
So
us.
if we are, yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
we're live now.
Oh God. Now the
So,
pressure begins.
hello, my name's David. I'll be one of your casters for today.
My name's Eddie. I'll be the other one.
And now let's wait for the first match to appear. So let's
Yeah.
see if we get something fun, or is it just Slimes and Nico?
Probably, but if we talked a lot of things like before the stream, but now let's talk about cards. What are you actually excited about to see today? Are there any matchup you really want to see?
I'm still a big fan of Wind Allies, but I don't like the automaton version that much, so I'd like to see some humans appear as well. And how Tristan has changed with the ban.
Yeah.
Maybe some erupting if somebody wants to squeeze in the last few games they can.
I think there will be a lot of people who still want to play erupting just to get in the last glory in. I myself, I'm really a rogue deck enjoyer, so I hope to get in to see some weird picks, like maybe even a Mordred, maybe an Arisana. Like if there's an Arisana and top cut, you'll see me just freak out over it. But it's very excited, very excited to see what we're gonna see.
I think Aria became very viable with the new proxy card because you can answer allies so easily and it boosts your consistency so much. I think that there was one water in the previous few events with a bit of a more control-ish version, but I've seen a few fire builds as well.
I'm running a fire build, and in the Taiwan regionals, there was a water negate build that got 5th place.
It was 5-1-1, right?
I believe so. I have Fractal of Insight open, so I can check right away. Show players. 5-1-1, yes, with a fragmented water spirit.
Okay, then we know the same build. I like the fire one a bit more because it's rushy and it can go fast, while water is just so draining if you don't have a very consistent deck, and I think missing glimpses hurts.
Yeah.
Plus no main deck herbs. So how do you play around Fracturizers and Zephyrs?
It's very funny, like playing around Fracturizer and Zephyrs and stuff. I had an entire conversation with a guy on Discord. It's always possible to play around it with Polaris. No matter how you do it, if you know there's a Zephyr threat, you just don't alternate materialize it. If there's a Fracturized threat, if there's a reduced as threat, you don't bring it out alternatively, and you just normally materialize it, and then you're safe. You're always safe with it.
I think it's better to go for Grell, because that way you can do it on one. But the problem is with no main deck herb generation, you're stuck at 3 counters that way, because if you get Zephyred, you lose one out of your bolts and don't damage the board fully. So Ascent Protectors and Phalanx survive, and that is very bad for you, I think.
Yeah, but I feel like if you... I keep forgetting if that card's fast or not. Barter Herbs?
It's slow. At least it should be.
I believe so as well. It should be fast, because it would make... If Barter Herbs would be fast, it would be such a big staple into Polaris now as well.
Oh yeah. If you don't have an answer for Polaris, that it's basically free to counters.
4.
All right, because you make the herbs. Yeah, I usually just think of responding at the trigger at the end of the resolution, so with the triggers in floating.
Yeah.
And Polaris is what made me side in Blanche for my locals. Because, God, it hit me for 9. There goes my entire board with 5 cards in memory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. No, I even the guy I talked with even talked about ways to play around double freezing steel and fracturize, which is possible. Weird, but possible.
Oh, how?
Freezing steel, of course, rests the first item that comes in.
Yeah.
And it takes some setup, but if you know it's a threat, you can play for it. So you need ingredient pouch and a quicksilver grill with anything under it. Because if you Polaris, materialize Polaris, they want to freezing steel it, then you just crack your ingredient pouch. Then the first item coming in after resolution
it's a herb.
is a herb. If they then do another freezing steel, you can crack your quicksilver grill. So the next item coming in is the regalia that's under it.
Yeah, okay, I see it. I didn't think of herbs as items.
No, me neither. Meldgren said it in chat like yesterday. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh wait, that's such easier access than using a divine relic to protect yourself from a freezing steel.
I am expecting him to play today.
Yes.
If he is even present.
I thought he would be. The event is currently live. We can see the full player list. We are at 47 players. So we're getting buys all around. What are some big names that always show up, at least in EU? Wait, is the goat not playing? The goat's not playing.
Oh.
Limelight is playing. Not EU, but still, that's cool to see in an EU server. We have Toby, we have Alexander. I'm so bad with names. Yoroi, seen before.
I mean, Biako is here, but I'm not sure if he's judging or playing.
I don't see him on the list, but I'm not sure if his name is different in. Any problem just playing production? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because it's a bit split this time. That's why we're casting and not Aria. We'll see how it is for future events.
Oh, I see a screen.
And I think the players got their pairings.
Yeah, they did. Literally, the one person who was doubting to play today got the buy.
Mine's a bit slow, so not.
I see Doovy in seat 1, and we're gonna have Rat in seat 2.
Any idea what decks they're on?
No. I have no clue.
Of the playmat, I'd guess Tenoris, but could be wrong.
It could be wrong. For us, we see different screen in the stream sees, so we're gonna have to wait until the stream updates until we know what they're actually playing.
Yeah, don't worry, the players are just preparing.
Yeah.
So, nothing much going on yet. But we should pick up very soon.
If any of the people on the feature table are listening into the stream, shush, go away. We have the secret.
Yeah, try not to cheat, please.
Okay.
Be respectful to your opponent. Play fairly.
Weird question, do you use the same life point app for damage? Because if I want to guess, Rat is playing a fire deck and Doofy's playing a wind deck. Because I will always change my color to be the correct color.
Could be just a favorite color as well, but you never know with players. Maybe it's a trick to throw you off.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I used to bring tokens with my ally deck to think they're playing Diana.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, that's cheating. Like, for real, it's in the rules that you cannot do that.
Really?
Yeah, you cannot mispresent a information. So
I mean,
if
they
you have
stayed in a box, but
fair. Like there was one guy who got banned because he played a certain kind of token to make it seem like he was playing a certain kind of deck, which he wasn't. I see we have Doobie, a rat on Fire Merlin, and we have Doobie on Water Lorraine. If the stream is up today, then we might at least get a allies.
okay. The stream froze a bit for me, so sorry I didn't hear you. I heard Fire Merlin, then it froze for me because
We have
Wi-Fi.
Rat on Fire Merlin, and we have Doobie on Water Lorraine. Oh, Fire Sylvie first, Fire Tony. We just got the insider information. So we have a Tony indeed, and we have a Sylvie, but Fire, not Prismatic.
So Fire versus Fire, the Q was in his life. It's red, not white.
Yes.
Okay, they're rolling for start.
Let's see. I'm so excited. I really want to see some exciting games.
Fire Tony could be very interesting. Depends on the build they run.
I hope it's the one build that makes like all the swords.
Oh, the cleave for like 31.
It's the one. Yeah, the one with the alternate Tony. That if you summon a token, you can summon a sword instead, and then where you turn all your domains into automatons with buff counters equal to the amount of domains sacrificed, but then they turn into swords with buff counters as well.
Yeah, and then you feed your sword to your bigger sword.
Yeah.
It's Tony natural selection.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's Sylvie going first here.
Yeah, seems like it. But who is supposedly favored in this matchup? Of course, luck of the draw decides it, but...
Well, they have the first cake, so they're winning, definitely.
It's a Sylvie deck. We go cake, baby, baby, or baby, baby, cake, or cake, cake, baby. It's the classical opener.
Especially in a fire deck, like, if you don't open at least one draw card, like, it's not a fire deck. Stalwart's a start, that's interesting.
Oh. If it's the cleave build of the Norris, that's not gonna do a lot.
No, definitely not. It's a very popular build, especially in EU, because we had someone from EU pop with it at an event. So it's the Stalwart build is very popular, I believe.
Haven't played much against Fire Sylvie, just all the color slimes.
We have on red side, we have a very cool looking proxy, I think, or alt art for the spirit.
Rats?
The Tony.
Oh yeah, it's the Patreon ones, I think.
From Lucky.
Yeah. Lucky. But I think that's a Diana spirit.
Yeah.
So I didn't notice it at first.
A good discard of the Hasty as well, a Tempered Steel. Got that nice early floating in there for a free level up. And a foil lurking.
So both players presented some form of advantage in the turn one. Not bad, not bad.
You go to level 1 Sylvie, which I think you always do, right? I don't think in Sylvie there's ever a point where you don't do it unless you go hard on the backup charger.
Yeah, but level 1 does so much in a matchup when you need to go fast, because that 1 point of damage throughout time just shows up.
Yeah.
But losing a Limitless, not the best.
No, but on the other hand, I always feel like at least you already have a slime there now. Especially in the Fire Sylvie, you'll have a lot more non-slime hits you can have.
Yeah, because you need to water down your deck, because you can't play all the slimes.
Exactly. I feel like you just passed the turn. Yeah, because We went back to Rat, and he woke up his hasty messenger, brought out a bauble.
Yeah, looking to farm a bit more of a hand. I would expect a creative shock at the end turn from the Sylvie player, but we'll see what happens.
Just for the information of the stream, we do not have deck lists. We don't know what people could be holding in their hand. We can only speculate based on popular deck lists.
We know about as much as you.
Yeah.
So even playing field.
Yeah, because I was about to say, it might even be an escape the wreckage in his hands, but might have put the Solver back if that was the case.
Yeah.
We'll have to play something before end of turn if he wants to go to 2.
Yeah, just backup charger.
Yeah.
Depends if he has turbocharge in deck or hand.
Fair enough.
Because with materializing bubble, he knows he isn't that much behind in a turn sense. And ooh, Gildas, is he balanced?
Yes, he
I think
definitely
he is.
That's why I didn't pop the bubble yet. Thank
Yeah,
you for
there goes the
volunteers
bubble.
to keeping track of your life.
Yeah, makes it easier to backtrack because we might miss something. You never know what happens.
Quick little shout out to DOS for the backstage and keeping the cards on screen, giving us a little look into what's happening, and for the cards that aren't that readable.
Ooh, another lurking. And another foil.
I feel like this is indeed the pressure you need if you want to pull ahead of the Sylvie deck.
Yeah, the faster you go, the better. But not having any class bonuses saves you from heavy swings. So that's, I think, a good start for Sylvie. Because that's what really scares you in this matchup, I think. Because it's so much burst damage and you need to constantly be paranoid about it.
Yeah.
Discarding a bear, so 2 floating grave.
That's very nice. Do you think he'll go for a backup charger or anything, or just for the free level up without the effects?
I think if they're going for value, he won't level, but with this board, I doubt he can keep an animal or a beast around. So probably just level to be at a healthier pool and to save,
I think
to
that would
save
be
his hand.
too. He
No?
opts not to.
Okay.
Like normally, being 7 life down is not that bad in a Sylvie matchup, because if you hold just a gather slimes or something, you're quite safe. But in the Fire Sylvie matchup, you can't do that.
Yeah, there's no recover for you.
No.
He maybe played the red D level, because that would help with the board right now.
That would help, yeah.
Because this Gildas is gonna do a lot of work if she doesn't get answered. Because next turn another free drop and he's balanced again.
And then we have how many? 4, 3, 3, 1. We already got 11 damage on board. That's already oof. Even we need 1 more damage for lethal then, so he needs to put up some sort of protection. Which this would do.
Baby. Baby gets caked.
Yeah. And another draw from it. I just realized he didn't play a animal or beast when he leveled up, so he didn't get a buff counter from that either.
Yeah, that was a huge tempo loss for him. But maybe he drew it off of Creative Shock or for the turn? Or backup?
I think so.
Maybe he was digging so much because of that, because hand was basically slimeless. And then he got free slimes.
Or full of advanced slimes. That's also possible, of course. Double, okay.
Yep. Another one. And there goes the hand farming.
And we saw there a ethereal and a fire baby red.
Yeah, I think it was the baby one. It would be really nice to see a big red one.
A big one, put 1 buff counter on it, blow it up with cremation. Always a nice play to do, especially when you're looking into this big of a board.
And he's opting to attack with his slimes.
He's attacking?
But... Oh, yeah, killing Gildas, fair enough. respecting what she can do.
Yeah. Especially if you want to keep slimes on board, like now they're less of a threat. I think they'll still be taken out, but if one sticks around, the level 2 feels a lot better.
Yeah, and saving on 4 life is a lot. Because now
Yeah.
you need to think, do I go board? Do I go face? What am I afraid of? Because he knows there's one ethereal.
It goes to only 1, so those lurkings are sticking for a turn.
Okay, he draws. Let's see how he'll play it out. Now no need to counterbound balance, because no more Gildas.
Well, or the 3-drop is Gildas. Oh no, then it's still not balanced because he has 8 in hand, I believe now. If my
I think he's at 7, because he
7?
should have 6.
Oh yeah, yeah, no,
Because he
you're
played
right.
another lurking, drew for turn, and leveled up from Tempered Steel.
Yeah, so if he has another Gildas, then we... Well, there goes that idea.
I mean, maybe Hasty fixes the hand.
Don't think it did. But still, it's...
And everything going face.
So
Huh.
if slimes are sticking, it means the level 2 should be coming out here.
Yeah, 1 free draw. I think it's the most he can get out of it. I wouldn't agree for more. And
the Gildas. Oh,
she was there. Or was waiting.
then it's... You should... Wait, which one's that? Is that Rousing Slam?
I think it is.
And that's just a game?
Yeah, that's game.
It's just a game.
What a clean end.
I'm looking up the card because it's a Defier attack card. Who's faster, does or I? This was Blazing Charge. Class bonus gets +1, so he attacked for 5.
Yeah, and then whenever he takes damage, he takes +1.
Yes.
A bit of a trade-off, but when you're an aggressive deck at such a low life total, I think you just go for it.
There's no drawback if it kills, so...
Yeah, and as long as the opponent doesn't have many allies, also very little drawback.
Exactly.
You should be the aggressive one in this matchup, so just go for it.
It's still a risky one against Fire Slimes, because Slime Eruption, of course, pings for 1 multiple instances, which would all get buffed. So if you play it at the wrong time and they could get a Slime Eruption off, it could be a lot of damage.
Yeah, but they also lose a lot of hand for it, so
yeah,
maybe not that scared of it. I'd fear the babies more. Because you want to play them anyway, and then it's just additional payoff if you have multiples.
Yeah, but in this instance also, he had Baby Graves on, so he had to use those mostly for defense. How low on life he was, I don't think he could have afforded to just kill the Gildas and then leave the rest up.
Okay, both play sideboarded. Let's see what they brought in. But what a clean game. No dungeon guides, only Gildas.
This was just... Well, we've seen what Fire Tony does now. He's just a nice, very fast allies deck, which it's refreshing to see.
Yeah, and with the big attacks, you can close out the gap to burst out more combo-ish mid-range decks.
Yep.
So could be a very nice meta pick.
I'm curious to see later if he even plays like a level 2 or a level 3.
As a guess, I'd say you play a level 2 just because that's so much burst damage with all the floating you can get from Hasty. But level 3 could be a bit greedy. But depends on the hand.
I also don't think level 3 really adds to the game plan. He looks to have... He let Tony go first.
Interesting.
I think he just really wants that extra card.
And maybe to have the first chance to attack his allies?
Yeah. Well, there goes that chance.
Well, yep. That went so fast. Can you even have a better opener in a Fire Allies build than just Arthur Pass?
Going first? No, definitely not.
Because now all your hasties are above rate creatures that generate value. You can still go into Gildas.
Thank you, Dos, for the heads up. Turns out I was being a little bit muffled. I hope it's fixed. Do I get the thumbs up? Perfect now, thank you so much. Want it to be of the best quality it is, of course. Oh, sorry for the disruption. We got
no
another
problem.
gray slime.
Yeah.
I didn't see. Did he get 2 slimes in memory for it?
By hand, I think he did.
Oh.
I think we'll see anyway.
Another one.
Yeah. And the reveals, same as before.
Yeah. Well, there's something you can say about fire slimes, and that's it's definitely consistent.
Yeah, you have so much filtering and drawing from the slime engine, and then fire just cleaning it out.
When I first started brewing with fire slimes, it was like, yes, there's a lot of draw power, but the build I had then only had draw power. Like, it didn't have a payoff. It's like, do I want to spend my fourth or fifth turn really just running out another creative shock?
Oh, that's a bit of a funny story from my local game shop. The first time we got a Yu-Gi-Oh player playing Grand Archive, they refused to close the match because they could draw cards with Rye, and drawing cards means winning anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's the Yu-Gi-Oh player mentality.
Every game works a bit differently, but it's so funny for me to see, because why would I kill him if I draw cards, and that means I'm winning anyway.
Yeah. We got a bubble pop here.
So that's no Gildas.
Shouldn't be, at least.
I mean, he's at 8 in hand right now. I don't think
Yeah.
the build runs any squirrels.
We're gonna see some allies because we just have Arterested. One slime gone.
One to go.
Wait, 2?
I think he's marking how much life he has left instead of
of
marking damage, because that slime is 1/1 with no counters or additional effects.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was confused about it. But that does make more sense.
It is certainly more friendly for webcam play.
Yeah.
Because it makes it easier if you don't know the cards.
That is Team Knight from the supporter packs.
Yes, the free cost is 2-free with no effect for this build, as far as we know. Maybe it's a hybrid. I think it's too early to rule anything out. And the foil lurking again.
That buffed with
Yeah, that hits for free.
Oh yeah, one got blocked by the thing, of course.
Yeah, 2 into slimes, 3 into slimes, free face.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way to do it, because you want to clean their board, put pressure on them. Why is he rolling dice? Ah, okay, for the level, yeah. Blank from that, there was so many 6s. Ooh, Storm.
That's something you don't want to see there.
No, but I think it's such a fast matchup that he might not even get to Storm.
Yeah, but do you have anything to close it out before then?
I think you need to dig for your big red slimes.
I would love it if he goes red slime, put a buff counter on it, cremation it to blow up the entire board. That would just make my day right now.
One can hope. You're not the only one. It would certainly make this match a lot more interesting and drawn out. But it wasn't a snap decision. So let's
Oh.
see.
I was hoping for some quicker matches, but match 1 really didn't need to be that fast.
We don't need that many breaks, thank you.
Well, I wouldn't mind breaks after like match 4 or 5 or 6, but
Yeah, but joining for round 1 and ending in half an hour with 20 minutes to spare.
like as I said, I can talk, but it would be great if something's happening.
I don't know if we jump to a different table then, or if it's just a blank screen.
I think it's better it's a blank screen. Because it disrupts the game quite a lot if we just jump in.
The middle, yeah. But I think if somebody's playing stock builds and you see a bit of their drop, you can just guess what happened more or less.
You got the tuna for baby red.
Yeah, the one we saw before probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, he put on a buff counter, it's just very light colored.
Yes. Translucent red / pink dice on red cards is very badly visible. Will he discard here? And if so, what are we gonna see?
Another baby red.
It's a baby. Oh yeah.
I think it's a baby. And another baby gray.
No, the one you
Limitless
discarded
Antitherial.
was actually a normal red slime.
Oh. I'm not sure how correct this is in this matchup.
Depends if he has a cremation. As red slime has bright 3, like
Yeah, it takes a long.
Like
but
it's
at
over
level
there.
3, at least you can Thorns it to make your opponent kill it.
Yeah, but then it's also still level 3. I think if he had cremation ritual in hand, he would have, or should have. But right now he has at least some protection. And we have the Arthur gone, so that's good.
Yeah, that's essentially 2 damage off of board already.
Yeah.
But losing 2 late game cards doesn't feel very good. But there's still the Crux Slime.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll pull through with Ethereal. I don't think he has any floating in his drop.
No, pretty sure he does not. Are those 3 baby grays in grave?
Yes,
4.
That's the 4th one. No more babies in deck.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, he attacks
Attacking
into
the red.
a little miscommunication or a misjudgment of intercept.
You can't intercept on your ally attacks.
No, exactly.
So, not sure where they got stuck, but I think the end result was clear. And the kill does. Oof.
It should have been clear. He didn't pop the GCR immediately. So, yeah, it's rough here. Like if he goes to 3, he can at least bring out Gaia immediately, and at least threaten some very big damage. Right
And
away.
another lurking. Oh no, that's a lot of pressure on our board. So we have 10 damage for next turn on board if he can balance.
Yeah. 5 in hand goes to 6 or 7 because you have backup charger. Yeah, he can balance probably.
Wait, he has 6?
Oh, 6?
Yeah, he has 6, so just drop, play something for free, and we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise it would have been 5 and then backup charger or something, but
he's leveling up, yeah. Makes sense with getting a bigger life total. So a Limitless and a Lux Slime gone.
Yeah,
that's a lot of advanced element cards for early in the game and so little float.
I don't think you're gonna miss those in hand now anyway. So don't know what he put down further, but I think this is best case scenario.
I think you're fighting for your life at this point.
At least he does not have lethal on board right now, but it's not far off.
Yeah, because he can just materialize his sword and attack for 2.
Yeah. Or just do the same thing as last turn. Go to level 1 and then the blazing charge.
Yeah, then you lose the balance, but still not a very favorable position to be in.
No. I feel very bad for the Sylvie player here.
Ooh, Dungeon Guide.
DG. That's not all too bad.
I think we're gonna see an ethereal now. 'Cause that's the only one he revealed.
Yeah. Well, it's in banish now.
Oh no.
Oh no. We've got all flavors in there. We've got a Gaia's coming out, I think. We do, if with a Gaia's coming out, we do have 8 in banish. And Tony is still on spirit.
So you could present 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 and 5. With 2 cards in hand. Yeah. Oh, and Dungeon Guide, so that's 14, so 1 more damage.
Feels rough. At least he's off lethal now. Like, I don't think you can hit 25.
Not this turn and not at 0. At least he shouldn't be able to.
No, but I also don't think, I meant that I don't think that Tony will be able to,
Yeah, I was counting that as well. Because whatever you do for more damage, you can't balance kill us then.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was the storm, as you predicted.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
A lurking.
A lurking. Then into the Gildas? Maybe?
Yeah, seems like it.
I think that's a correct play.
Yeah, and you pushed the 1 as well for free.
So as the Tony player, would you kill the Storm Slime here?
Seeing his top deck, I wouldn't. I think you're way too afraid. Oh wait, you need 2 in memory to proc it anyway. No, in that case I'd kill. The Storm needs 2 targets in memory, and now it's just free.
It's indeed 2 cards, not up to 2 cards.
Yeah, I always forget the wording.
Mm-hmm. Would be great if you just, because you have 1 card in hand or 2.
1. He had 2 when going on 3.
2.
One of them was the Storm.
Yeah, no, that's true. So there's no chance for a quick 1-drop either.
Yeah, maybe he has a Songbird to recover something again.
Fair.
But that eruption is already gonna do some work.
Yeah, because he has 2 fires. If the Storm Summon dies, it's 3 damage.
Yeah, and that's enough to kill one of the most important allies in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, now he can go into Thorns to survive for a bit longer. If anything big appears again.
I think now that he reached 3, he's in an alright position.
It would be nice to have a few more cards, but I think he can slowly start recovering at this point. He got through the first hurdle, which is getting to 3 without dying. And being under 10 is very good for you.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Doss, don't hate on the baby Grace. We feel for this person.
Oh no, I hate on the baby Grays. There's too many of them, and they're way too consistent and often in the first opener.
There are 4. There's not. There's only 4.
Yes, your turn 1 and 2 plays. Oh, yeah, he needs to discard a fire card, another float, and needs a 3/1 ally for 2 with floating, if I remember correctly.
I'm looking it up. Fire ally from Guardian?
Yes, Alchemical Revolution set.
Guy with hammer, the fire-tuned automaton. A 3/1.
Okay, I still have my Fire to Norris cards down. It's the intro deck we built for our players when they come to the store, because it's pretty much a linear aggro deck. You do something with your allies, you do something with your heavy swings.
Yeah.
Because the demo decks, Lorraine versus Lorraine, I don't think they're a good introduction to the game.
No, they're not. Well, they are, but they're right now. There's more that can be done in the game.
I mean the one demo decks that are like a third of a normal deck.
I still use them to introduce people because it's easy to explain like card types and everything with it and the flow of a game, but it doesn't show any more what Grand Archive is in terms of power level and possibilities.
Yeah, but do you manage to actually kill the other player with those decks? Because whenever I try them out, we're just decked out.
Yeah, no, definitely. Mostly the fire deck though. Like the fire deck is definitely stronger in the demo decks than the wind deck.
Yeah, because wind can just loop Wind Cutter and save cards that way, but fire has that hasty and inspiring call, and that way you just go fast. Ooh,
Yeah, but also
Grell.
like the fiery momentum and blazing throw. Draw for turn, and we have a fire red flame up top.
This time it can do something, and I think 3 cards in hand.
Yes.
But his opponent did level, so not a lot of chances to clear those allies. But since he grelled, I think he can Thorns his own red, and that puts him in a much better position.
Yeah.
And also you can wheel some cards with your Storm that way.
I guess Storm would. Yeah, I think that's a good choice here. Get some damage in now. Put the red flame out with thorns. If the thorns is under the grill, of course, which we kind of have to assume.
I think it's something you have to do here.
Yeah.
Well, it's that or Tariff Ring, because the Norris is low on cards.
Yeah. But would you really put it under the grill?
Some people do as an element of surprise, just to throw you off of your calculations and preparations for your next turn. But I think with slimes you always go for thorns. Oh, an ethereal.
See? A boost.
So, pushing for damage. And that's a baby red on top, right?
Yep. Yep. So there's 2 cards down and a red slime in hand. So in this instance, you thorned your own storm slime.
I think so. Well, depends on the 2 cards, of course, but it's well, or maybe you go for lurking. Depends on his order of attacks. Because you also want to take some pressure off of you, and Storm being your biggest beater right now. It's all depending on what outs he's counting on.
Yeah.
But Norris having such a big health pool helps.
I think that was the biggest shock when Elk just came out, just to see how much diversity there could be in like health pools and stuff.
Yeah, because wow, Norris is big.
Yes, and other champions just are way too small.
I wanna die.
Whenever I try looking and playing Vanitas, and I'm like, he has 22 health. How am I doing this?
Just Veiling Breeze every turn. That's the way to go.
Ah, so that's what I'm doing wrong.
Is Veiling Breeze an action or a spell?
Oh, good question. Let me look it up. You know your cards. Is that the big hammer card?
No, that's the one cost fast. You reveal any amount of wind cards from your memory.
No, I mean the
And-
card he played. I'm looking at the breeze is a
Oh yeah,
assassin
that's
spell
the
reaction.
yeah, and he materialized the Merc Hammer, I believe, the one that damages you on attacks.
Impact hammer, yeah. Gets +1, so it's a 3/2. And a unit that uses this weapon for an attack deals 3 damage to itself.
It's quite fair, but I think he wants to close out this game.
I'm curious with this warding. Do you think we're going to get more cards that can attack with weapons? Because there's this one fire ally that does it, but or one ally
Wait,
that
fire ally? It's the
norm ally.
norm
Yeah,
unique
norm ally.
for warrior.
Yeah.
I think it's just preparation for such cards, but with Galahad existing, you need to build every card with this wording, so it doesn't cause any confusion. But I think it would be an interesting mechanic moving forward.
Yes.
I was expecting Jin to land some of his weapons around, but then we got Immortality.
It's a cool mechanic too. It's too Engi to die is an archetype I really like. So I'm very curious to see where that goes. But it's
Cool.
very clear that Jin level 1 and Jin level 2 will be. They look to be your generic. Let's just throw it into an ally deck and we're good.
Yeah, but the free is so interesting to build around.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to make it as a pet attack just to have some fun with it. The craziest idea so far is somehow I need to damage myself to more than 100 so I can one shot with the sword with the polearm.
More than 100? Erupting is banned, so that's not gonna happen.
Well, you have your opponent's turn, and if you can convince them that they should do a haha funny and they don't know what they're playing against, maybe.
Fair. I was thinking, how can you get up to a level or level damage 100? There's not that many exponential cards. Like you can get indeed things like the blazing charges, and there are multiple cards that I believe increase the damage on yourself.
Yes, but I don't think they last during your turn. That's the problem.
I think we just got game here. Put the confidence indeed on one of their cards.
Yeah,
and
he
still got attacks for game.
so clean.
Yeah. We got on a Jin tangent, and in the meantime, they just cleaned it up with a clean 2-0 for Fire Tony.
I mean, the Tony is gonna change into a Jin, hopefully. I think with the level 2, you can just go into a multi-attack build.
Yeah.
And you got that insane link for your polearm to give it +2 attack. And then you have the Executioner's one. You level to 2, you attack for 4, kill an ally, get a durability counter back, wake up, attack the other ally, get the durability counter back. One of your humans or horses has +2 until end of turn.
On one end, I'm looking forward to the new set. On the other end, there's so much new things.
Yeah, and I'm very happy with the reprints.
Yes, definitely. So do you have any final thoughts on this match? Do you think it could have gone different, or was this one of that was basically meant to go to the Fire Tony from the start?
I think he missed the timing with the red slime.
Yeah.
But you never know what players are going through, and it's the first round of the day, so maybe you need to play a few reps to get back into it.
I just felt like indeed the Fire Slime one was a bit rusty. It just missed all the interactions, like maybe in their hand, and that sucks. that just feels bad. Like you know that there's interaction in your deck and just not getting it, or indeed not having the dungeon guides to go fast enough. It just feels bad. So in this instance, Tony definitely at the upper hand because they could do all that stuff on level 1, on level 0 and level 1.
Yeah, running just consistently good cards instead of cards with synergy can pay off when you're a bit unlucky.
Definitely.
You have a lower floor, but you also, well, you have a higher floor, but a lower ceiling, but then you're just so consistent. That's why I usually prefer such decks, because my luck of the draw is horrendous.
Fair. We got a few rounds already tied up. We got 2. Limelight lost 2-0. It's one of the 2 matches that's already stopped. So I think we still have about 15 minutes left in this round and then some finishing up. So I think we can grab
Are
some
we playing on time or turns today? Or is it both?
I believe just a regular, the 5 minutes or 5 turns.
Oh, 20 plus turns currently.
Oof.
So we're playing on turns. So 20 minutes to go and then turns. Very good to know.
Yes. Then I think we can move to a little intermission. Grab some drink because I already finished all mine and I have nothing near me.
Yeah, I prepared enough water to sustain me for the next few hours, but I'm up for a 5-minute break.
Stretching of the legs and stuff. So if our
we need to be like hasty messenger, move around a bit.
Exactly. If DOS can send us into a little intermission, then we're gonna be right back with you.
Okay, and we're live again. Currently, I'm here alone, but we'll be back in full force very soon. Just needed a short break because some of us didn't get a lot of sleep today. We're here talking about how the URs look really nice for the next set. Going borderless, I think, was a very good decision. And also brings back the feeling of, oh, look, this card actually looks special, so you know it's rare. Because another problem.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. And we're live. Just
Yes,
so you know.
I saw.
Okay.
Let me open it as well.
Yeah, I started talking about the URs being borderless effectively and them
It's
looking
correct.
special.
Yes.
Because
that's
one of
part of it, yeah. Like the feeling of opening them and they actually look different instead of just a small little icon on the bottom. That's an entire different experience.
one of the complaints we got from players from other games is I opened my pack, nothing was shiny. How do I know what's good and what's worth money? And then you look at them holding a card like it's just 50 cents and you're like, please watch it carefully.
You're holding a dungeon guide. Stop. What's this stupid ring? I'm just gonna throw it out. Oh yeah, Terrafring is not worth much. No, it's just like Grand Crusaders ring or something, just some weird.
And I just give it to me, not even worth the trash bin.
Nah. I'm looking to GA Rary and I'm like, did this card get spoiled? Did I just put it on here as a little Easter egg? Oh yeah, that's one. The one that reduces the activation cost of a horse.
Yeah. So far, there's only one good horse, I think, and that's Dilu,
Dilu,
the
yeah.
wind one.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Redmane, like Lubu's horse. The one that's in all her arts.
It might be spoiled next set. Because we're doing blocks, you don't know what appears in the first and what appears in the second one.
They wouldn't get like a story important horse, just not in the main set.
I think you can skip it and keep hype for the next one.
I would be upset.
It wouldn't be the best, but I think it can happen. But then have a bigger payoff in the next set for it.
Fair.
But one of my theories is having a unique human and a unique horse for each of the colors. Well, elements.
Yeah.
So there is room for 2 more. Fingers crossed.
We'll see, we'll see. I'm just looking at the cards and just the art in general. Like, I really love this art direction.
Well, except for Idle Thoughts. I have too many of those.
If they only just change the art for once.
Yeah. Give us some variety. I can have 3 different places of favorable winds. Come on, make it for Idle Thoughts as well.
Yes, DOS. It was indeed very necessary.
Who doesn't have Idle Thoughts? Everybody. We all need them. It's a staple card. Come on. Have you seen a deck? Have you seen a meta deck without Idle Thoughts? No.
I felt the same about Scry Disguise though. Like, why do I need 10 of those?
I think I prefer Scry over Idle.
Yes, 100%. But do I really play it outside of Rai and now Arisana? No.
It's a generic slot filler, and I haven't played much of limited GA, and maybe it's very good in those formats. We're looking to do a starter deck battle in my store with the next set. Well,
Yeah,
by a starter deck, you get 4 boosters, and then you upgrade it slightly.
Oh, with boosters as well. I believe ours is just going to be the plain Jin versus Gongming.
I think with the plain versus Jin, based on what has been spoiled so far, just has so much of an upper hand.
Yeah, I agree.
We try to mitigate that with boosters, and we'll see what happens. But you're still... Oh yeah, and we'll add the limited spirits so that you can play 2 elements to add some variety to it, but not the regalia that enables you to play 2 different classes.
That's too bad.
I think that would push it a bit too much, because then it's why not just play Jin?
Maybe I feel like if you want to play it a bit more seriously with Gate of Alacrity, I believe it's called, then it should have a bit of a higher cost.
That's which one?
The one with the unlocks multiple classes.
Yeah, thank you.
Gate of Alterity, that's the one. But now it's just memory cost 1. But maybe like it's such a strong effect, so maybe it should even be like cost 2 comes in hindered. Like
yeah, but the intent was to have it for sealed when you don't have such a good card pool. So I think for that format, the cost is correct and the effect is appropriate. But with starter decks, yeah, maybe. Have you tried sealed or draft for this game?
Not yet. I want to, but not yet.
It's very wonky.
I opened the I believe it's the sealed kit that they made for draft.
Yeah.
Which was very fun to open. Got a foil level 3 Merlin out of it, so.
Thank God I wasn't playing against you.
Well, I was not playing Merlin. No, I didn't open it as in a draft format. I just bought it for fun.
Yeah, but if you open Merlin, I think that's an auto win there, because card draw shows so much advantage.
I only pulled level 3, not level 2.
Okay. Yeah, that mitigates it a bit, but
Yeah.
If you manage to assemble your quote-unquote Exodia,
Yeah, true.
You just steamroll people. I tried Lorraine for that set, and it was so free because the lineage does so much, and Merlin pushes that even more.
Yeah. Did you see True Jumping Gaming's video on draft?
No, I didn't.
They are releasing they come from Yu-Gi-Oh as well, so there's a little bit of a background there. As in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's this one very popular YouTube series called Progression Series, where they go through all the sets, open one box of a set, and then build decks from that, and they add a new set each time. And True Jumping Gaming is doing the same now with GA, which of course we have a lot less sets, so it's a lot shorter of a series. But they drafted Doa first, and they're gonna keep their cards, and then next episode they're gonna draft from Fractured Crown and add that to their existing card pool.
That's an interesting idea.
It's actually very fun.
But I think that way Doa champions get so much more support that you kind of have to stick with them for now.
Well, it might surprise you, but the best one so far is Sylvie.
Really?
Yeah, because and even the cards that don't see play in normal play, like the Boars and the Beastmaster, like are the best cards.
Okay,
Like
the Beastmaster is... Yeah, that one I see, but the Boar... Okay, I guess it's a good body.
Yeah.
Would be actually interesting to try. But if you open the Dino Guide early on, you're just so free.
Yeah, but that's drafts. There's always some cards that seem better than the other ones. Because there was one guy, what's the card called? The one card that says if you don't materialize, it gets a buff counter.
Oh yeah, the Eager Fate, I believe.
Yeah, he built a deck completely around that.
4 copies, turn 1 and 2 plays, and you just win.
Yeah. That's a thing, especially with draft, you're so limited on regalia. So if you don't materialize, then your regalia don't matter.
I think pages were played for a very short time in a bit more competitive formats as well, but that didn't last long.
Fair.
So the card is good, but materializing is so important here. You just need to go into it to keep up.
Definitely.
Trying to read the horses again, but I'm just
The horses
disappointed.
And Dilek looks cool, but it's again, it's a free horse with the other card, but
I mean, if you get a unique human, then it's good, but I can't think of one except for Parsant.
Yeah. We are getting the players in already. Don't know if it's visible on stream yet.
Stream says no for now, at least for me.
Stream says no. Like we know who we're seeing, and it's gonna be another fun and quick one, maybe.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we draw out a bit more this time.
Maybe. I'm not spoiling it yet for the players, or for the watchers. Actually, having consistent well, I wouldn't say we have consistent viewers, and then one just dropped out. I'm like, thanks, bye.
Well, maybe they're not from Europe, and with the time difference, it adds up quickly.
Fair. Blaster Jungle in chat, yes. Casting is hard. We have to try and not make it feel forced. What we're talking about. Oh, I think we got a little switch in our feature match.
Trying not to see the same decks, I assume?
Yeah.
Well, casting is hard. We just met today, so all of this is actually first meetings.
Also that, yes.
So a lot of improvisation.
We're indeed getting a different table, as we just saw. We otherwise would have seen the Fire Tony deck again. So we're getting a little bit of switch up.
I think Dust is trying to spice it up a bit more.
Yeah.
We can go to the lower tables. I don't mind. It's round 2. You never know who's good and who's not. Maybe somebody just got unlucky in the round 1.
Give me table 11. Just roll a dice on it.
Let me check who's there if I'm hyped to see them play.
I know it's a Nico player.
I'm for table 12. My friend's there.
Yeah, I have to say with 11. Necrotic, Limelight. What do you think? Like, some people I know are known for a deck. Like, Mulgren, was he playing? What's his handle in Omnidex?
Not sure, but I think he's on Arizona for today.
Yeah. So I would love to see that. I know, indeed, Giza is on Nico. I want to know what things like Limelight and stuff are on. Alexander yesterday was on Merlin, I believe.
I was expecting him to be on Human Allies. I think he played that recently as well. So we're having a table.
Yes.
And back to the piles shuffle discussion, because I see a lot of piles over there.
Mm-hmm.
And the 9th one bothers me. Oh, and some Diana sleeves. And Lothar dice from Magic on the side.
I believe you immediately.
I have the same ones. We got them at a pre-release and they're pretty nice die. Instead of the one, you have the ring image. And then being a bit see-through helps with the color showing.
Fair. I like the Yu-Gi-Oh dice. They're a bit bigger. And they also have a little image instead of the one.
Oh, yeah.
And they brought out so many of them that there's, for every archetype, there's basically a dice that works.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Sleeves are also quite interesting. A player in our store realized they're just the perfect size for your materialized deck, because they usually have something drawn on the sides as well. So that's a cool idea.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Oversleeves are a bit of a touchy subject because a lot of them are actually not legal to play
Very understandable.
because they just cover the art a bit too much, or the name, or the text box, and then just nope.
Also, I think in most games that are in GA, having oversleeves is something looked down on.
Mm,
I've never seen so many players with oversleeves than at regs.
yeah.
My YouTube stream is a bit behind, so I'm not sure if the match is showing already.
It should be.
Okay.
Okay, so we're hearing one thing. We have a Fire Lorraine against a Wind Lorraine, but with some spice in Fire Lorraine. Increasing danger turn 1, that's what you like to see.
And just getting that early on advantage.
Yeah.
Could the spice be in Soul?
Maybe.
I mean, that would be very surprising.
Das, tell us. We won't tell stream, promise.
You also got a turn 1 hasty fire, looking good.
Okay.
Immediately, when I see a wind spirited one in memory, I assume favorable wins. But I forgot about the increasing danger and the rule interaction we did when you're going second. So if anybody in the chat doesn't know, going second, you don't have a recollection step. So if the starting player plays increasing danger, you don't get the card immediately back into your hand. So being a fire player and playing increasing danger is an immediate tempo upkeep for you. So the wind player taking a bit of their time, but no worries. This could be a very quick or a very, very long match, depending on the draws. Considering something for 4, but not deciding to do it. So not a squirrel ace immediately. Oh, something for 2. We have a Swift Root.
Yes. I'm sorry, I had some technical difficulties on my side.
No problem. That's why I just started talking. To fill the void.
I totally didn't just yank my cable out of my computer.
Ooh, and the foil Eternal Magistrate. That is nice. The glare looks so good.
Yes, it really does. Like, I love when foils do that a bit more.
So
Especially
Swift attacks immediately. And Eternal as well, killing the Hasty Messenger. Bubble to draw. So we're at 8 cards in hand now. And 9. That's a lot of cards for going first and already committing 2 cards.
Yeah, that's the increasing danger. That's just, it gets you up so fast.
Yeah, it's so good, especially in the right decks.
And another hasty. Discarding. I saw Tempered Steel there.
Yeah, and it is Tempered Steel. So we'll probably have a level up next turn. And that's also first blood on champions.
And a clumsy.
Immediately doing yourself more damage than the opponent has done.
I think we can start to say which deck this is based on the cards we've seen.
I think we can guess, but it's not for sure yet. I think Clumsy can be played in generic builds as well, just for draw.
I've seen it more in Rye builds, but not in one that runs mainly Lorraine.
I've seen a weird Fire Lorraine list which just wanted more cards and also some Merlins. Because you have a greater health pool than most decks anyway, so that 2 damage doesn't hurt that badly, and your cards are on rate if not above. You're warrior after all.
Very, I can see that.
So I'd wait for a few more turns or something more representative showing up. But we do have 5 fire cards in drop now, I think.
Yes.
So that opens up a lot of options.
From the wind player, we saw Fire Bubble, and just checking out his cards, that seems, counting them out, and then another Swift Recruit. Nice foil from the supported pack.
Yeah, that's nice. Also, probably quite costly. It's a highly playable card. And the GA is still keeping its value of foils, which I like a lot.
They really do. Like, even just the commons go for a few. And a nice attune already.
I want to see how many of them there are in existence. That's quite a nice part of the index for me, that you can just look at a card and go, okay, that's how many of them are out there. So 1,200 foils.
200.
1,200.
1,200.
There was a lot of SP packs, but still.
Yeah.
I remember, for example, when Magic did number cards, and there's like 500 of them, and about 10 of them in a set that were numbered. And then you look at the Grand Archive with 72 copies, and you're like, oh my god, that's gonna break my wallet.
I think the wind player has the very nice wind allies opening right here. 3 allies on board, tune the winds out.
Yeah, 2 of them being swift, so not that hurt if you get wiped.
No, exactly.
But the Magistrate is a bit odd for me, because I'm not sure if he's playing a human build, or if that is just to counter slimes.
We
have a level?
Level, yes, the Lorraine.
I think he needs to start slowly dealing with something on board. Because Phalanx at this point, if he levels up, costs 3.
Yeah.
That's already scary. Or just another attune.
That's... It just feels like so far we're seeing the second match. So far we've seen a very
and we have a fiery momentum. Sorry.
No, it's expected this, yeah. With indeed the Lorraine level up, the more fire cards have been. It's just like, shouldn't they have waited a little bit longer, having a bit more?
I would have done after the hasty at least. Because that's already 1 less. But don't forget, the displays are on stream, and that's also a lot of pressure on them.
Emerson. And there goes Erupting.
Yeah, and now we know what we're looking at. And that's a very quick game 1. Fire looking like the scariest element today.
Well, they are supposed to be the aggro element, so they are doing what they said they should.
I'm waiting for a value fire deck, not just something that pops off immediately.
Fire Asana, very nice.
You just spin your slot machines on each glimpse.
Well, I just the thing I like about the Fire Asana is the gathering with the other gather card. It deals 3 to you and gathers twice. And I just feel like it gets you a bit more value because it gives you a body as well.
Yeah, and that deck doesn't have many bodies in the early game usually.
No.
And you need to somehow compete with allies on board, but Polaris fixes that by quite a big margin. Because being an allies main versus a Polaris, oh my god.
I'm very much looking forward to being able to play it. But yeah, I think in this match we just saw, or in the game we just saw, that got won by erupting. There wasn't a lot you could do as the win player. I think the win player played it as perfect as possible, or as they could.
Yeah, and not knowing what you're playing against is also a problem.
Yeah, the only thing they could have done differently is keep up one of the Swift recruits for the intercept, for the fiery momentum.
Yeah, but assuming you're playing against the allies, I think it's more correct to just go face.
Yeah.
But it was a gamble and it doesn't always pay off. That's life. But now that he knows what he's playing against, maybe he sides in some cleansing reunions. Maybe there's a nullifying lantern in that materialize. Because those help a lot.
Definitely. I'm also wondering if Jinko's playing the Tristan variant with agility, bringing back for the fireballs.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too much of a greed for my taste.
I liked the spice. It's the first time I saw it, I was like, why are they playing Tristan in erupting? And then they just saw double fireball.
You also have Fire Assassin aggro. And those ones also sometimes run Tristan for your marks and such.
Oh, and as Das just reminded us, yes, discount incapacitates in that matchup is also very nice if you go into the Tristan.
Oh yeah. Is Incapacitate the only generic counter that doesn't have a condition? Well, only non-advanced counter that for sure hits.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because the other one should be Seal for Arisana, and I can't think of anything else.
The biggest difference with Incapacitate and why it doesn't have a condition, or well, a counter, is
it only
that
hits a type.
Yeah, it only goes to actions and not any kind of activation.
But with a lot of good action showing up, I think the card is gonna gain some more relevance.
Probably.
I still have the spoilers open and I just see all Exia in action. So we'll see how this game pans out with the allies going first. I think they want to do that, but also the fire deck then has their hasties online immediately. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I never really get. I never really found the right balance in a fire deck. Like, do I want to go first? Do I want to go second? Yes, I want to go fast and level up fast, but I also want to attack kind of immediately.
If you're
So it's
running
really
a glimpse spirit, it's easier, I think, because increasing dangers are hasties, prioritize different parts of a turn. Ooh, turn 1 foil phalanx. How blinked out is that deck? I'm getting jealous.
it's looking quite good. And if you can start, like turn 1 phalanx is almost like a turn 1 Arthur, like in the value it can accrue.
It's a bit worse, but answering such a big body so early on isn't the easiest thing to do. So either you eat a lot of their hand for a very little cost for yourself, or you just have a big beater that helps boost everything else.
But you got your wish. It's definitely the human variant of the allies list. It's not the Roman one.
I prefer it because spreading out your threats feels better, and with Reprogram running rampant around as the generic float, I think Dronicas are a bit too more exposed as of now. So clumsy to immediately start drawing cards. And it seems that Phalanx will stick around since he's not attacking yet. That could be dangerous later on. Oh, he passed.
He passed just on the clumsy?
I'm not sure, because Mitch checked his materialize, so no, okay. We have a hasty. Discarding a decree. So that's 7-6. 2 cards in. Sorry, 3 cards in hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a bit harder to see sometimes with these matchups. As you can see, layouts aren't exactly enforced, so sometimes the board is a bit weird, and we need to count for a bit.
The guild is out together with the phalanx. That's
And balanced.
that's 5 right into face probably.
I think you go face for here, since your Swifts can clear their hasties. And you just push damage as much as possible. Interesting choice. Clumsies usually do their job on their enter effect, and then you just let them float around.
Yeah, now it's just one more fire in the grave to fuel the Rhapsody.
He might be running a cleansing reunion, which isn't that incorrect, especially if you're expecting any eruptings in the meta. I think he needs to commit something more, because letting a hasty live for a turn, oof.
Well, that could signal more into indeed the cleansing reunion, as they will basically bait more cards into the grave.
Yeah, but that way you can kill the haste immediately and you don't need to imbue your cleansing because you hit for free.
True.
And okay.
Safeguard.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Maybe he has some cards that damage himself. Well, or a lot of clumsies in hand.
Would love to see that. Just a safeguard pop to go clumsy, clumsy, clumsy. That would just be funny.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say with haste is exactly that. If you let hasty live, they can still present you a fiery momentum, and if you don't keep cards up for your cleansing because you intend to use it next turn, it can rush you out by a lot. Or if the fire cards in the drop are an additional cost to activate something.
Well, this kind of signals that they also have another fiery momentum in hand.
Yeah,
right?
So you need to look at your life. Well, that or 0 float and are afraid to level up. But I think this is a match where you almost have to go to 1, otherwise you just die out of nowhere. Second hasty.
Are we seeing going in now?
That's an under fire. I think they have another under fire in hand. And that's why they materialize their amulet. That's honestly not a bad idea against allies.
And the fire is 4 cost, so 5 in hand. Sounds like it.
You stop a lot of pressure and you just lose out on a materialize. But you can trick your opponent into using their biggest swing first.
Yeah.
Let's see if Lorraine levels here. I'm also interested in what package they run. Just a backup charger.
The package they run is Wind Spirit. End of end of package.
I'm personally a fan of the gunplay in the Wind Allies build.
I agree. I think it's very funny.
Because that's the burst damage you need to close it out. But it eats a lot of materializes to make it work.
Yeah.
But on one hand, you also want a level to 1 just for the class bonuses to be live. So in theory, you just lose out on the first materialize being the bullet.
What is he putting down?
Since he GCR'd, I think if he cracks backup charger, he has 4 in memory, 4 in hand, and that's a balance Gildas. Yeah, I think he went for that.
With the special foil power cell.
No? Squirrel.
Ah, he had 9. He had
I
another
think
one
he-
in hand. Now he's balanced.
Oh, he drew one per turn. Right. Okay. I fell asleep on that. Squirrel being the first swing. Okay.
He's down into under fire already.
I think you bait it out for the kill dust attack.
Yeah.
Because now with the scroll being the first attack, he can't kill your hasties, because with 4 cards in hand, he can't commit 2 bodies down.
And we need to see the safeguard to protect him from the 4 damage.
Yeah, but it's a free stealth, and the fire card in drop. Explaining the interaction, because some cards reference if the damage was dealt this way, or just do damage to yourself.
Yeah. And if you do,
yeah, we need to have a bit more of a linear wording in most games on that, because it's that tiny difference that can trip you up.
what I feel comes with the most arguments in a lot of card games, just wording.
Yeah, because games evolve so much through time, and then you realize something in the past was worded awkwardly, and you just turn it into a mechanic, or realize that, oops, rules have changed, this doesn't interact the way that it did in the past, or a new format is created where something is changed in the basics of the game, and something just performs out of nowhere.
But we already have it in GA where some cards look the same, but they act differently just because target and choose, or next time, or each time.
Oh, that's my gripe with Xander with the choose wording, but we'll get to that rant when I see them on stream. Me being a allies main was facing a Xander for the longest time.
I don't like facing Xander. It's I don't like how the triggers and everything resolve.
I don't mind playing against the deck once you're geared up, but I think it's a horrendous deck to play against a newbie.
I
because
do
it
think we
teaches
should
you.
notice that,
Sorry?
I do think we should mention that you were talking about the wind elastic being blinked out. That backup charger is foil.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
No,
And it's also the expensive power cell token.
yes, also.
Oh,
So
yeah,
they
but
really went for it.
showing off on stream.
And then that exclusive chicken undermat, just
They probably just bribed the DOS to show off their goodies.
I think Mald is not playing because he just showed up in chat.
Yeah. Could be a weekend. And that way he didn't have time. Or just trying to hide his Arisan attack.
Exactly.
Greedy man.
We see erupting here, just counting it out, which is not a great sign.
I think there's 5 fire cards in drop.
What are they?
3 hasty attacks, 1 under fire, and 1 dead clumsy. I think that's the count.
We banish 1. We go to Lorraine. Yeah.
Yep. But the allies player did keep 4 cards in hand. Which is weird for this deck.
We'll see the Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze does all damage, right?
Yeah, any form. It's not limited to combat or non-combat.
One of those things that's indeed all about wording. Combat damage, non-combat damage, damage.
Yeah, you need to be careful. Especially with your deflecting edges. I was so disappointed when I got burned.
Or just resolutes.
Yeah, because Resolute, you always think, oh, I'm safe, and then you get Fireball.
Yeah.
Well, that or Advent of the Stormcaller.
Or Light Weavers.
Lightweavers are... Yeah, okay, I'll start with the rant now. Because the wording is choose. It's the most paranoia-inducing matchup because you need to
Yes.
play all your responses before it happens.
Yep.
And even if you respond, they're like, okay, I choose that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, I'm a card down, and you still profited. And with the deck being, I just try to have cards in memory, not actually committing cards to board.
Yeah.
It's so bad when a new player sees that deck because it's resilient, it commits nothing to the board, and you're just spinning in circles. It doesn't kill you fast, and it teaches you that cheap damage doesn't matter. It's very bad lessons for your first locals.
It as we spoke about with the demo decks, it does not show Grand Archive as Grand Archive.
Yeah, my suggestion to players when they pick it up is just go for half health, for example.
Here we have Indy's Fire Momentum. Coming out with the Lorraine, got a nice stack. Oh, we got Ally saying stop.
I don't want to die yet.
2 down.
Cleansing Reunion.
Cleansing. You called it. It's very nice. 6.
I think it's a good choice here because it covers your fire-based decks, and it also isn't bad against Nico.
True. So this will only deal very little damage.
I think it's for 5.
Yeah.
The baseline should be 3 attack. No, it's 2 attack baseline. Oh, that's only attack for 4 then.
Yeah. I think that gets him also definitely out of... oh, he didn't have Erupting anyway.
Yeah, but now if he does, it's so much weaker. And he needs to rebuild, and now you have time to kill the Hasties and Cleansing again. That's a Hurricane Sweep, also foil from Mass Payback. But the Gildas isn't shiny. Now I can complain.
No. How dare he? He.
I'm not sure if the broadsword is an armament one or not.
Probably right.
Because that's also a flex.
And another tune. And Fire is still on Spirit, so that's game.
Yep. So we actually go to game 3.
I was still in my head like we're gonna have a quick match because we saw the Fire Tony one, but
it's too aggressive deck, so I think it's still fairly quick.
Yeah.
But that Cleansing Reunion came in clutch. But that's all you need. You just need to stop that one big turn and you're good.
Exactly, and he did that very well, keeping that imbued Cleansing Reunion behind. I'm very quickly gonna head up and run to the toilet while they shuffle up and side. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Would be interesting to see what they side in this time. Something that they merely considered in the progression from the first to the second game. But they decided wasn't good enough, and now they just did. Especially if you lost, maybe you see some more tech, you maybe decide to start trying to answer phalanxes, but the Wind Allies are also signing. As a generic guess, I'd say Raccoons, but in a wind-dedicated human build, not the best choice. Maybe a 4th Cleansing, but I'd go for that after game 1 already, because they do so much for you. No changes in the Materialize, so no nullifying Lanterns. I'm interested in what the Fire deck sided in. Is it more answers for your opponent's board? Is it just going faster? Maybe the D-level Fire card, because you can kill a lot of their board. You can hit a Phalanx and the Gildas with 1 card. Unleveling is also something you kind of want to do, but eating up your fire cards from drop or from hand hurts, because then your eruptings and such plays are smaller, and you also want to have a full grip hand just to finish it. Having a Gloam Spire would be interesting in this build. That's what Rise used to main, just to generate that hand advantage, but that deck goes so low on cards when they're going to level 3. While Lorraine does skip a bit more of a hand, because Hasties do a lot more filtering and you don't need to level up above 1. And now they're shuffling up, and we'll see who starts. The fire question is still up. Do you want to go first? Do you want to go second? But knowing that you're under pressure, maybe you go first, just because you can discard more cards in a faster way. Because going Creative Shock, that sets you up by quite a lot, and you can level immediately. And then you can maybe bank more on your fire momentums and Lorraine kills. Or you can side in a cleave attack, and that way answer the human board a lot better and faster. Because, like we just saw, Phalanx does a lot, and it's a lot harder to kill than most boosters. Playing with his shiny token. Okay, I think the players are discussing who's gonna go first. Oh yeah, DOS pointed out nicely. Maybe next match you go on Tristan, just so you have incap up for your cleansing reunions. But that way you can't fire momentum, so you lose some pressure. But then you get the double damage attack, so depends on your draws a lot. We'll see what happens. Fire is going first. So down, I think that's a hasty. No? Clumsy. He took it back. And yeah, it's a clumsy. So going to 2 and drawing a card. No increasing danger yet, so the allies, I think, are quite happy with that result. Oh, Creative Shocking that clumsy, drawing 2. Just generating as much of a hand as possible. So yeah, passing the turn with 5 in memory, 3 in hand.
I am back. What did he cremation? Was it a clumsy?
He played clumsy and then immediately cremationed it.
Nice
Farming
draw 3 third up.
Yeah, it's farming quite a nice hand. Dawes nicely pointed it out that maybe you play Tristan just to incap that cleansing reunion.
Yeah.
But then you lose out on fiery momentums, and I'm not sure which other attacks he runs. But you do have the assassin double damage one.
Again, a foil lurking.
Yeah, I think that deck is basically fully blinked out.
Except the Gildas, we saw that.
I have one foil one. It cost me a pretty penny, but I'm a proud owner.
I understand that. What shares it?
Not a first edition though, so still room for improvement.
How dare you?
The CSR is also tempting, but I'm a student, I don't have that kind of cash. For down, it's the Cemetery Gatekeeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A bit bad with non-Tonoris fire card names. But this time he does discard a yeah, it's the support spec one. But he did discard a floating memory this game, so leveling will be a bit easier. And it also presents you the choice as a allies player who's a bit more on the defensive in this scenario. Do you immediately cleansing reunion just to make him go low on cards, or do you wait for it?
They can also depend on how many you play. If you know you play more than 1 or 2, then I think it's a lot safer to cleansing early. But if you know that you only play like 1 or 2, So if you have one that's the only one you're gonna get that game, then I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk, but in this matchup, when you have so little windows to respond, and you kind of have to think about a lot, it could help. And with the player banking on you not committing that cleansing, he could make a misplay and play something down in their memory that they shouldn't.
Yeah. How many cards does the Wind Allies player have in their hands? Like 9?
We went 8 down to 7, yeah, 9 cards.
Cool.
Because he only played backup and lurking assailant.
Yeah.
It's a hefty hand, but you can't balance Gildas that easily with it. So something for free. Is it another lurking or is it a bigger one? 4? Oh, Aeson. Without trying to play a squirrel.
No, but now he can play lurking again and attack again.
Yeah, but squirrel Aeson is so much free value.
It's very free, yeah. I have a friend who plays Wind Allies and he's like, nah, why would I play a weird squirrel? It's not gonna help me in any way.
No, you play squirrel. It fixes your bad hands. Yeah. One of my funniest games against Xander was at regionals. My hand was 4 squirrels and 3 inspiring calls. And the opponent said, why would I kill a squirrel? It's a 1-1. And then it just went. Okay, so he leveled, probably using that taunter.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to preserve as many fire cards in your drop as possible. And I think he's scaring him with the threat of just having a cleansing in hand.
That's a fair threat as well.
I mean, you have generically better and bigger allies, so if the game comes down to that, you having to dig for that incapacitate, or any answer for it, or just filling your drop, you have a greater clock, and that Aeson can put in work.
Because we did see the Lorraine come out instead of the Tristan that we thought maybe would come out. I think they might only be playing Tristan or Lorraine.
Could be, or they just want to farm that big of a hand that the discount to doesn't matter.
6, 9, so.
Oh, he passed.
Pass with everything. Tariff? It's a bit early with 9 cards at hand. Maybe I'm just wrong.
I mean, it is forcing your opponent to put down 4 just to attack. So you have 6 cards left because of the draw, and if it's fire momentum, you have to commit 3 down and the card itself. So that's 4, that's 8. So that means it takes your entire turn just to fire momentum.
Bro.
But you can always just say, okay, I won't do that.
Just need a lot of cards to do things like erupting. So if you want to do that, you can do only just that.
Okay. Is that lurking coming back? No?
No, Wind Rider.
And quite brave not leveling up. Against fire, I'm always scared.
Yeah,
it's
but
true
especially indeed against a fire, like what's that 4 damage? From 15 to 19, what does it really matter?
1 damage can be difference between life and death, so I think it also makes calculations for them a bit harder.
Boss is calling out Mitch for not having the, I believe it was Taiwanese VTuber Wind Riders and Lurkings.
I mean, all I see is a generic ace and foil, My god, Aspe Pack 2 has been out for quite some time. What are you doing?
Also that, yeah. So this is not blinked out. This is budget. This is just the budget version.
It's a cheap intro deck for new players.
Yeah.
Don't worry if you spill it with water. It's what, like 10 euros?
Yeah. It started like Lorraine, right?
Most of the cards we have seen are commons and uncommons, so
Yeah.
not that wrong. I think Gildas
And
was
even
the
backup
only...
version is like a rare, so how expensive can it be?
Yeah, and Gildas is the only UR/SR we've seen so far. Everything is rare and below, so should be friendly.
We passed to the erupting player with just a Swift Recruit on board. They creative shocked already and got rid of another Tempered Steel. We have 3 cards on hand as the Wind Ally, so
That's enough for a cleansing.
enough for a cleansing, but they have enough cards on hand to incapacitate you back.
Yeah, but you have a Swift Recruit for the Fire Momentums now, so that feels a lot better. Because now they need to go for Erupting to finish it.
Fireball.
Ball. Under Fire. And the level card. Yeah, Decree. Makes sense. That Swifty is gone.
I was so confused for a second, like, what are they doing?
I didn't register that Decree is the 4th card being played, not in memory.
Yeah.
And I went to what's Imbue for? And who designed that card and why?
I'm so used to playing the card and then paying for it that I'm like, wait, they're playing Fireball on level 1 just regularly? Are they like doing some weird erupting stuff in response or something? I don't know.
I think the players are having a bit of a conversation of what's going on.
Might have been some miscommunication error about the imbuing.
Yeah, maybe we weren't the only ones thinking what exactly is going on. Oh, there's a Veiling Breeze.
It was about the recollection timing about the Terra frame.
Ah, okay. I mean, it would make sense playing this in the end. And we're not in a for 4.
Yeah, a Veiling Breeze is broken because it says all your units, right? No, just your champion.
No, just your champion, but it applies to all instances of damage.
Yeah.
And until end of turn. And since he's already in his end of turn, he's covered for the next turn as well. At least if the card is timed correctly.
It's just the end of turn, so now it's the erupting player, so it's until the end of the erupting player's turn.
Yes, at least it should be. I think the erupting player isn't the happiest with this result. Oh, it was a damage and draw to memory. But what was the damage pointed at? Did you see? Was it the champion or the Swift?
I think they chose the Swift. This is, yeah.
Okay.
Did that all pre-rec.
But what did they materialize?
I think it was as a quick GCR, but I'm not entirely sure actually.
I don't see them banished, that's what bothers me. But there is something under that.
DOS confirms it was a GCR indeed.
Okay. I think we were busy arguing about the arts of the allies.
We were.
And that takes priority for me, because I'm personally invested in the deck. And also, I think that was a normal Peasant Veiling Breeze, not the promo one.
Wow, how dare they?
So a lot of room for improvement.
Maybe if the regional goes well, they can.
Humans have 2 kidneys for a reason. You need to buy your CURs. Yeah, D-level dealing damage to the board makes a lot of sense.
Yep. That's 7 damage spread out, right?
Yeah, but you can target champions. And it's perfect for dealing Phalnax or Ace and something that costs 3.
Yeah. Witch.
Library Witch, okay. Maybe that was sided in against a bit more of an aggressive deck because of the intercept and the shock place. And a lot of fire cards in drop.
We materialize 1. Wait, did they finish? Oh, they went to Lorraine, yeah. They do it so fast and in an order that I'm not used to, that I'm like, oh wait, huh? What's happening?
Yeah, here at least it was swift recruits or less game actions needed for it. So killing that witch. Does that mean he's trying to go for the kill this turn?
And then
3. Lurking, okay. He's back. Went a bit of a vacation, but back to working, dealing damage. And did you manage to count how many cards in hand?
for the ally player or for the?
For the ally player. I think it's 5, but I'm not sure if it's
I
6.
believe so, yeah.
Feels like 5. Because 6 could be double cleansing, and that's backbreaking. Especially after going for so much work just to clear the board.
I'm just being afraid that they're giving the erupting player a little bit too much time. Because that's a lot of cards they're going through.
I don't know how much they sided, but if you have enough cleansing, you can just be safe.
They do keep up like 3 cards in hand at all times, the LS player.
Yeah, so that's 6 more life easily, but double erupting. Whoops.
Sorry if I'm a bit quiet in between. I also got my food now, so I'll be muting my mic in between to
Yeah,
actually have some breakfast.
I'm waiting to see what step exactly we're at. Okay, we're at the materialization of the erupting player. So a tariff ring hits the board. That way he can apply less pressure. But funnily enough, sometimes tariff ring is the only way you can balance your Gildas, so it can backfire. And I think we're seeing another decree here. Probably killing...
It just does so much for it.
Yeah, probably killing Lurking, drawing a card. Or is it 2 damage to ally and 3 to champion? I always get the 2 numbers mixed up. So decrease 2 damage to target ally, so probably face draw.
Probably, especially in this matchup, they already have so many cards.
Yeah, and you can kill the Lurking with 1. So it's a bit of a waste just to ping it for 2 and then let it live.
Yeah. If there's too much background noise on my side, please let me know. I'll switch the push to talk.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not hearing anything extra, but
Great.
chat will probably complain if anything happens.
That's what chat's for, right?
Valuable feedback.
Got a Quicksilver and nullifying. In my head, I always mistake them for each other.
Yeah,
Dog.
they're similar, but having that nullifying matters. Because now the erupting player needs to go for even more cards to answer it, and because he didn't see it game 1 or 2, he maybe sided out all the Regalia answers.
That would be so rough. Then he
It
might
is
as well just scoop.
It's a mistake you can make. I think he can still slowly push out the damage, but not the best, because the allies player can't commit fully either, because if you do have the answer for it, you just get blown out.
It's such a blanket coverage right now, because indeed, if he tries to get rid of the nullifying, then they might still have the cleansing, and it's... You can't enter everything always.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a good spot to be in. Oh, we're in the recollection thinking about that tariff.
They didn't, it seems. No, they went to draw.
The board is a bit small to go for it, but it's true that you're at 15, well, now at 15 life, so 6 away from lethal. Maybe they have another under fire in hand.
That's why they're at, they're at 9, that's right.
Yeah, the erupting player is at 9 and the allies player is at 7, so neither at an exactly comfortable life total based on the matchup, but with my biased opinion, I'd say that the allies are doing better. But that's the matchup where once you start slipping, you just fall to your death. Ooh, a foil hawk. This feels like the good old times. No windmills, just hawks. Just squirrels. So push to 11, the sword is still on board, so that can present 1 more damage, but he passed.
I always do like the trained hawk tech. World tech.
It's a
Gesture.
cool card, but with Stifling being in wind now, I prefer Stifling.
Fair enough.
Because the problem is you want human allies, and fairies and squirrels already sometimes feel dead on board.
But in this instance, the hawk also puts pressure in when it's under fire. Under fire.
So now
We do see the Tristan come out.
So the tech is in the deck. Maybe he just didn't draw it early on enough, and he decided to just go for Lorraine that way. And the third decree. Well, I think the bird gets bolted, as Magic players would say.
No, that makes sense.
Oh, because in Magic you have a creature that's called Birds of Paradise, and you have a card called Lightning Bolt, and one of the most classical turn 1 plays is Bolt the Bird.
Fair, yeah. That's something that can carry over indeed.
And another innervate. Oh. So, well, now the bird gets fried. Fire proving its ability to just stay alive and be resilient, while still keeping up that potential threat of just one-shotting you.
I'm just not sure if I would have gone to Tristan then. Because now they know it's there.
Yeah, but you can choose agility and you have more options.
Ah, fair.
I think that's why.
It's in a condition that stays, of course.
Yeah, you do give some knowledge to your opponent, but Do you have another zero-costed weapon to pull out? I don't think so.
That GCR take back might have been a bit questionable, depending on how the voice call went.
Yeah. We'll leave it up to Aria to judge.
Mm-hmm.
But in a more friendly setting, it's a take back, no new knowledge has been presented, so it will be okay. But this is originals, so up to the opponent whether he judge calls. But based on how they're proceeding, I don't think he did. And also, he didn't crack that tariff again. So either he has something really good in hand, or he's being very cocky.
The match's
So-
favorite.
No, that's the Guardian Taunt on class
Oh.
bonus, but it's a win the ally for free that has 2 free stats, so it's just good.
Just the good. Oh, yeah.
3 crossed it 2 free with wind. Playable. Human as well. Has some extra to Norris text on it, but who cares?
Just a little update in between. We see a lot of matches already being wrapped up. Also, the Fire Tenoris is going 2-0 right now.
So we might see him again, if nothing else, in top 8 if he keeps performing.
Exactly.
And if we're playing top 8.
Your friend's still busy. My friend also finished 2-0 against Guys Sama. The guy got the bye. We're missing nice results all around. A lot of 2-0s as well.
Let me check how the other one of my friends is doing. Oof, mine aren't performing, so probably won't see them anytime soon. Unless we drop to the lower tables.
We are seeing the wind establish the boarding and when lurking.
Yeah, I'm doing all that recovering, but I don't think he can press for the kill.
Don't think so either.
He has 3 cards in hand?
Yeah,
more.
I think so.
Yeah, it seems like 3. So still terrorizing him with that potential cleansing. So materialization, recollect. And what will we see now?
The materialization of the Discordian mostly means like we're getting there. But then just a hasty, like almost signals the opposite.
Yeah, but there's still that lantern on board.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have a lot of cards in hand, so he might just have it all. That a creative? Yeah. Not creative, cremation.
The new one from SP2 looks so good.
Mocking your opponent by having SP2 cards.
It's just so interesting to see just the card draw and of erupting and how still nobody still plays Tithe.
Yeah, Tithe is good, but once you go into a field expecting slimes, I don't think it's worth the slot.
Fair. Apparently we're also hitting time right now.
But if you're back in the Xander Merlin erupting meta, just tight.
We just got a heads up that it's time in the round as well. So We're gonna see if one can quickly.
So this should be turn 1. Oh, he's leveling. Possibly to put pressure with the level 2 because of
He's
the...
trying, yeah.
Yeah, and in case you have a Hurricane Sweep, you also get the draw card. And that would present lethal on board.
It's also fun to
Because-
notice that when time gets called, you see the pace of play suddenly kick up a notch.
Yeah, the pressure is on.
There's still the terraforming. They did not crack it pre-rack. Why?
I think... Not sure. Maybe he's counting on that under fire, but that
We
just
need
sounds
a-
wrong.
Indeed.
Oh no, he did crack that terraforming. He just put it back on board sideways, so you know it's active. But what is... Oh, Resolute. Well, there goes that push.
But there's only one card left in hand, so there's no. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing on board hits more
No.
than 3. So I think that's just gonna be a pass and hope for the best and to kill him next turn.
Still 3 cards on hand, though. There's still the Cleansing Reunion possibility.
Well, that or Veiling Breezes, as we saw. You just have to respect the damage that fire can push out, especially this late with this many cards. And relying on just one lantern isn't a safe spot to be in.
No. They were hitting turn 3 now, but the Wind Allies player. Draw, pop, draw.
And with the amulet, we can expect another Under Fire as a reactive spell.
Yeah.
Oh, action.
Wait, which one's that?
That's a Hurricane Sweep. No?
Oh,
Wait. Is that the... That can damage champions?
Tempest, Downfall, Dust coming in with the. This card costs 3 less to activate. Okay, deal 3 damage to target unit. If the unit is an ally that enters the field this turn, deal 3 additional damage to it.
Yeah. But
that's in response to the safeguard.
yeah,
So that's game.
should
That's
be.
game for the Wind Allies player.
Came in clutch.
Wow. That's such a cool tech, though. Just for the last little bit of ping damage.
I really wasn't expecting it. It's good in combination with Zephyr, but against this deck.
There's always the niche cases for some cards. I wouldn't say it's like a broken card, like, oh my god.
If you start constructing around it, it can be really strong.
Yeah.
Especially with the suppress to allies cards that you have in Wind. I've had a game when both my Asons got suppressed and then Tempest downfalled in a single turn.
Yeah, that one hurts. Apparently, DOS is a sadist and he wants us to beg if we want a break.
I don't need a break after this one. We can do it after the next one.
Yeah. Yes, DOS, we're throwing you under the bus.
I mean, that's insider information. That's why we have it.
Let's see.
You know, you can just write in chat, DOS, right? We can see there as well. Make it public immediately. Nobody can leak your DMs if you just post them on a notice board.
Yeah, DOS is afraid of you. He doesn't want to join. That's why he's been talking in chat the entire time as well.
So now we wait for the new pairings.
Wait, indeed, because I believe, let's see how much we have, how they are looking, the matches. We're waiting on one. Ray versus Full Pixie.
Yeah, but wait, we're okay. Because 5 minutes of time are already up, so I wasn't sure if it's still ongoing.
Fair.
And
If-
table 22 was still live. And 13. Or are they already repairing?
We're also seeing 2 people drop.
Oof.
So 2 people drop is fine so far, because then we're still not running into buys.
Yeah, still never a good feeling to just drop such a big event.
No, but I think they're 2 people that lost and then probably well, they dropped very fast, so I don't know.
I mean, at 02, your expectations for the event shouldn't be too high. And if you have any plans for the day, or you're not from Europe and it's late, might as well just go to sleep.
Fair. I lost my I wanted to check if Silidar gave us any free spoilers in the meantime, but I thought I lost my phone, but I was just sitting on it.
Oh, I'm relying on DOS for that information. He needs to have some power here still.
Yes, DOS, ghost talk, Silidar, please. He's awake. I saw him tweet.
While we have the power of chat, they can also rise up.
No, let's not let's not ghost talk Silidar.
Europe ascent when? I need to plan.
January, right?
I need the dates.
I
And
mostly need to know
location.
where.
Yeah, also that.
What's your guess for Ascend Europe? What's your hope for Ascend Europe in location?
My hope is Hungary. It's very close for me and it's cheap. So it's
Fair.
low risk for weebs as well to organize it. And you are close enough to the center, and many people can't complain about the location being inaccessible or way too costly to attend. So that's one I'm specking on. The other one is Netherlands, possibly. But not sure what they'll decide.
The Netherlands is a rumor I've heard before from some people speaking to some of the devs as a location they were looking into. For me, it would be ideal, of course. Belgium or Germany would also still be fine. I think outside of that, traveling out to it would be an issue. UK also deserves some love, but the fact that there's not really been regionals there feels like it rules it out a little bit.
Yeah, but also with Brexit, it's a bit harder.
Yeah.
The EU is still a big part of the decision making, I think. Because you want as many players to attend as possible.
Yeah.
And we need to show up because we need card market. And by having a
we do.
big official event, I think can get us some support.
I feel like if we have it somewhere near Germany, they should just send out a dedicated invite to Card Market.
Yeah, of course.
Like, hey,
We just
please
need to
come.
somehow
check
show
the
the game. There's actually players in Europe. There's money in this. Please.
Yeah, like that's
Everybody
what
will be happy.
when I met Hanshu, the artist this year, she's a lot in contact, of course, with the devs. Yo, it's my friend. And she was like, "Yeah, I didn't know Europe was this big in Grand Archive." Like, yeah, I mentioned it in the Discord, and there are people that bought tickets for this convention to come and see you. Like, Gerrit Tres from the server, he went there because I said, "Yo, Hanshu is a Dokumi," and he was like, "Oh, Friday tickets now acquired." Okay. The next match will be fun. One, I have personal interest in it, and I know one of the decks. It's going to be interesting for you as well, because somebody's using Magic Sleeves.
Yep. But maybe that's just to anger Hanky in case you meet him, so you never know. Mental games are a part of this game as well.
Fair enough.
We didn't see a cleansing the whole game free, so we don't know if it was there or if it was just a very good bluff.
If it, then props to them. Like, so I'm gonna try and get the insider information here. What was her name? Mitch. I'm going to send them a message. Quick question from the casters. Did you have cleansing reunion in hands during that last game the entire time? Or was it a bluff? We need to know. I message them. Maybe they'll reply. Maybe they're already in their next match. And then we'll hear later. But
probably in the next match. Now, do we save it as public info or for the spoiler? Whether they have cleansing or not.
We'll use it as a little. Oh, I think already. No. I'm still gonna wait 45. What? Oh, until 45. Oh. I was afraid we're still gonna wait 40.
I have early lunch break.
I just had my breakfast, so.
How about the second one?
Second breakfast.
If you can have 2 GCRs, why not have 2 breakfasts?
Okay. Because the match is not started, Mitch has replied to me, and the entire time he had the cleansing reunion in hand.
Okay, very good. He played safely then.
Very nice, yes. From his starting hand, even.
He must have been happy with his opener then.
Definitely. Because then it feels like he can't lose. Like,
yeah, you also have a buffer to fall on. And you know that with time, you should push out more damage than them. And you just slowly start creeping up. Okay, so rolling for high roll.
Singoria will start. Singoria rolled a 9.
And that's and another custom spirit.
Yes, it is. Oh, for both of them even. Oh no, for the thing is not out yet. But it's a fire spirit.
I think so. And we see Cake, so most likely Sylvie. Yeah,
We're having
it's
Fire
Sylvie.
Sylvie and Water Nico. To add pressure, I'm happy the people in the Future Max can hear us. Just to put the pressure on, Kise got 3 wins, 0 losses yesterday at the Friday event, which caused him to want to play today because he was downing. So now he gotta. Wait, Fire Allen? Is that a leak or is that real?
Wait, where did... Oh,
Does in chat
DOS.
with Fire Allen? Question mark.
Stop trolling. You're supposed to be the official person here. Would be spicy to see Alan
True.
again, though.
Chat, what should Aria eat? Maybe some cake. It's on screen anyway, so with a little bit of ice cream from all the ice bounce. Okay,
So
see,
that's a
100%.
Frostborn with 0. No, he did hit the float. Okay.
Yes.
So quite a
He
big
did
body
good
at the start.
It's nice to start off with program. Let's see, we see Sylvie go 1. One, 2 down. 3.
I think he's with 3 cards in hand. Or
yes.
no, sorry. No, one was used.
He does seem to have 3 in hand.
Oh, one's just slightly. Okay, I see it. That is a big limitless.
It's only on level 1 right now, so just a 3/3.
But if he doesn't answer it, it grows so much.
Yes.
And if he does, he just gives him a float.
There we see our first sequence missing. Forgetting to wake up the Frostborn before moving to materialize. Oh, we see 3. So we see more. Another one. Snow Fairy. Well, that will put a on the Stalwart to stop the taunting. That's nice.
Yeah.
And a good way
Because
to get rid of the slime as well.
Yeah, because just ferrying the slime gives them a draw on level 2. And if they ever answer it, you have a big problem.
Yeah.
Well, Shieldmate is generally a bit easier to answer compared to the Limitless.
Blissful Calling down here. How do you feel about Blissful Calling in the Sylvie lists?
If you don't see dungeon guides, you're happy. If you see dungeon guides, you're very sad.
It feels so bad just hitting dungeon guides off of Gather Slimes and Blissful Callings. It's...
Temper Steel? Yeah. So Slime's playing very conservatively, not putting much out on board.
No. Not even cracking the backup charger.
Could be very dangerous against Nico. Well, to notice now, but later on. So that puts them on 7, so 13. No, not 13, 16 to go, right?
Yes. 12. Well, Sylvie 1 is 19, so 12.
Yeah, 12 to go.
Now 15.
And he goes to 2. Okay, feeling a lot safer again.
That's why I didn't pay. He wanted to make sure that the one being banished for level 2 was his slime eruption. That means his hand should be fairly decent. A nice little electric energy as the power cell.
Oof,
And the
and
DP.
Dungeon Guide. Will Kiza say anything about it? Because it's a lose-lose scenario. You can't frostbind it, but I think it's correct to try, just to make them expose a few better cards.
I think so too.
And the Luxorus.
Oh, interesting.
It is very hard to answer here. At least it should be safe for a while, and it stops ice bounce.
That's 3 counter on it. Okay. Let's see if they got another snow fairy for it.
I think you try to build your advantage here and then just smoke bomb at some point. Give them a full sense of security.
Quicksilver.
Oh, I think I know what he's playing. Let's wait to make sure.
What do you think he put under it?
It's the Frostbind tech with the 1-costed Regalia that forces your opponent to put 2 cards down from their hand into memory.
Yes.
That's my blind guess.
I know roughly what he's on, and I think you're right.
Because that way slimes can't play anything on next turn. Or if they start presenting anything scary. Well, now that he played the fairy, not anymore, but long term it gives you a lot more of breathing space. Or does he still have 3 cards in hand? I think it's 3. So yeah, then he has it. Slime's going to 3 and not having a good time.
Definitely not. And indeed, no fairy for the Luxor. He just had it.
Yeah, but now with that Covenant probably being hidden under there, you do stabilize by a lot, because either you target their fairy or your own Luxorus over time.
I once had a match where my opponent covenanted my Limitless Slime that was at like 5 buff counters. So if like, what if I just stalemate and covenant my own Limitless Slime as well?
Covenant is so annoying to see because it's 0-costed and it can come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But it is a fair card for Sylvie, I think.
I think so.
She really needed it in the early days.
Oh, so. Aria's offered to come in and chat after between rounds.
Voice chat or normal chat?
Yeah, no, in voice chat.
Oh, gladly.
We might. I wanted to type in chat, but that's not necessary. Thank you, Aria. We might take you up on that.
Yeah, if you have time, why not? As long as we're not bothering you during lunch, go ahead.
Kuma has Omega Deep Voice. I do. Thank you. I see that as a compliment. Let's see. We got the big sword out. Or the slam, right? That's the
that's the slam. The Mill 5.
And with the bulwark sword, that threatens 10? Oh, he didn't use the sword.
He can't pay for the sword as well.
Oh, that's 4 floating off of the... That's the mill if I've ever seen one.
All you need is 2, and then you can finale.
Freeze if I could do. Yes, I can.
And no Covenant being cracked. What's under that Grell?
Maybe he was hoping to get some more leeway for a stone skill. I don't know.
think that's very greedy against this deck. Could be correct, but... Oof.
Or maybe he just missed. Oh, we're gonna see. Yep, blinding orb, or the orb of orb. Glitters. Orb of glitter. Blinding orb.
Yeah, blinding.
Orb of glitter is the glimpse one. Slime totem
So-
when I look through my ball cards that I never use.
Slime Totem is bad in competitive, but if you're playing locally and somebody Slime Kings you...
Yeah, but why slime
Oof.
totem? Like, you don't slime totem early, so why slime totem if you have the Horn of Beast calling?
Fair enough. But with just starter decks, it's so good. And it is a fairy counter, as Doz is trying to say.
Slime totem. Yeah, no, you're totally right. It counters Snow Fairy. I got confused with Slime Nexus, which is just
okay, yeah,
worse.
that is a different card.
Yeah. But both are cards that I basically threw aside immediately.
Totem has some niche uses, or maybe some potential in the future, but doesn't quite cut it yet.
No.
So I think Kiza needs to finish it this turn, otherwise he's in trouble.
I think so too. But one very easy way to do it is to go into. Well, he brought out the Claymore. I think he could have survived one more turn if he put down Lumina, a Scepter of Lumina, and then leveled up next turn. Might be a bit too obvious.
I'm not sure what all forms of damage Covenant stops. That's the problem.
Well, Covenant is gone now.
No, yeah, if damage will be dealt to your champion, so you can't kill him with Scepter if he has Covenant.
No, yeah, fair. But that's the thing. Covenant was easy to bait out because any damage would be lethal right now.
Yeah, but losing a Materialize on it hurts, so I think it's better to go this way and try to smoke bomb the big slime.
Yeah, I agree there.
Because
I think he's sparing
if he
his
does...
I once want to say that Kiza is playing it very nice and conservatively, not just rushing to Nico, but actually staying on Tanaris for a bit and just using the cards he has instead of just trying to go for the mill.
Yeah, he has a lot of leeway here with being on a lower life total.
Yeah.
So, not yet that pressured, because slimes aren't attacking for much yet, but one storm and it can all go downhill quite fast. But if you have an answer for it, then you're good.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ooh, and the baby. That is annoying.
Another Luxor. Show to Luxorus. And there goes another Luxorus. Oh, now it's gonna be a bit
He does have a way out. Freezing Hell can hit champions for 2.
yeah. But it
Okay, smoke bomb, just to remind him that don't swing with too many of your slimes, or you might just die.
If he has freezing, what's stopping him from just throwing it out there?
I'm not sure. Maybe he has another fairy instead of a freezing, or he tried to dig for it. Oh, he can just attack the baby. Why did... Because taunt shuts down and then he can go for the baby kill.
Mm-hmm.
I think here he should have game.
This is why I'm a bad player. I would have just smacked down the freezing hail like early already. Yeah, that's it. It's just raw attacks with Claymore.
Yep. It does the job. So let's see if the players will side. Otherwise, on to game 2. Is this the highest performing Fire Sylvie that we know of for today?
Sorry?
Is Sungorio the highest performing Fire Sylvie for today?
I don't know. We don't get our info, so maybe DOS knows. DOS as high as we've seen at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree with us. Surprised at how little Sylvia we've seen. Yeah, I agree. A lot of Tony though. Like for some 6 people, 2 Tonys. Quite on the high spectrum there.
Well, now with Sylvie, it's the match for the most represented deck right now. I mean, from what we've seen.
I hope we can get that info nice for Top Cut.
I think we should, because at that point people can talk if nothing else.
Yeah.
And it would make it a lot easier, so we can comment on the builds a bit more. Not just go off of memory and blind guesses. Because you can get some rogue decks in top 8. Something can surprise you.
As we talked about before, Arizona in top 5. Nobody really was surprised, but it's cool to see. Well, was surprised to see Arizona, but we expected Arizona to make
Arizona
a little bit
can
better.
eat. Yeah, it's the fresh new kid on the block with the Proxius Vault.
What's very
So
funny
should
is
get some
that
representation.
the one loss that Arizona had back then was against the person that ended up winning the entire event. But yeah, let's see who's gonna go first. It's gonna be
Seems it's Slimes again.
Sylvie. I do like how loose. Well, it's not really loose. How accepting people are in the community about proxy spirits and stuff. Because like officially, like it's not okay. But it doesn't really seem like they really care. They've also Weeps have also been promoting Lucky or regionals and stuff.
I think proxy spirits are perfectly fine because most of us know what they do, and the text is really simple to show. And it's the perfect example of Blink for me.
Yeah.
It's a cheap card that everybody has, and then you have the option to have a beautiful version of it without going bankrupt.
I agree. As long as it's clear, like what kind of spirit it is. Nice little fractal of rain.
So a bit of a slower start than before, but very good.
I have to know that if you start with Fractal of Rain, yes, you don't do as much turn 1, but you just go fast. What I found interesting is that he stayed on the Serene Spirit and he didn't go normal Spirit.
I think Serene is just so good with the card selection.
Yeah, but if you go normal Spirit and you draw into your Icebound, you can Icebound turn 1.
But you can also get 4 Finale and 0 float, so it's a big gamble, and I think the Glimpse just provides too much consistency to ignore. One of the most miserable turn 1s I've had was, as an ally player, play Gildas, being first, pass turn. Opponent Chilling touches me, plays Frostborn, and slaughters my Gildas.
Oh. Yeah, that's such an underrated card, honestly. Like, whenever it gets played against me as well, I'm like, oh, it doesn't do that much, but then it secretly does.
I think you need to start thinking about it in combination with Frostbind, because you need to commit more cards down because of the Chilling touches, but that opens you up to Frostbinds, so I really like how they cover each other. And another Chilling.
Another one.
And also, yeah, losing a card for your next turn. Oof. So, Creative Shock. That's a huge hand.
We're at 10 cards in hand. Or, well, 4 in hand, 6 down.
It feels like watching Xander again. Just go
11.
double assault. It's not that hard.
We're at 11 cards. No. DG. Thunder Guide is almost. Oh, just a Limitless.
It is First Blood. And not a bad card to expose. Worst case, you get some floating.
Yeah.
Best case, you have a 12-12.
And Chromation, the Limitless.
Wind Slimes is also something I hope to see one day perform.
That's the thing. I felt like Wind Sylvie was the better deck before Slimes. But then when Slimes came out, Wind just vanished.
Yeah, but now with Limitless, Beast Bonders and such cards, you can get a huge Limitless.
Yeah.
The biggest I've seen was 16-16, I think.
16? Well, 16-17 then.
Well, 16 buff counters, sorry. It just grew.
Player.
And then you covenant your own slime so they can't kill you.
Now we see a Vapor Jet coming out, just reducing all that damage.
Yeah. And no. Nothing for one.
Okay, so there are so many cards down, and we're gonna banish the one most crucial one.
Okay.
I think that didn't matter that much.
I'm inclined to say that Fire Sylvie will take this game.
I have the feeling as well, but you never know. I think so.
I think this is just such a big hand that it's so hard to compete with. And Nico not presenting any pressure so far doesn't feel good.
It was. Did you keep count of how many slams we have in Banish here? It's got to be at least 6 or 7, right?
Oh, not this game, but yeah, there should be a good amount. but not sure if they're gonna burst this game out this way.
Another ethereal.
Because just ethereal into ethereal, you cover yourself with fairies, so they can't answer it.
You can answer the ethereal with more fairies.
But then you still have like 8 cards left in hand.
Yeah.
And then you start storming.
Oh, we see something coming down. What's that?
Only diffusive block, float and prevent too. But isn't Vapor Jet Shield a shield?
It is a shield.
Shouldn't diffusive cost less than?
Diffusive block is a 2 cost. Costs 1 less to activate.
Yeah,
Should only cost 1.
Yeah.
Don't know, maybe it does. We can, I don't know if we need to call a judge for that. Like, I don't think it really mattered, but.
Yeah, luckily nothing changed. So, one
I'll,
card up or down.
I'll message him after the game.
Isn't he listening anyway?
No, but I mean, my friend.
Ah, okay, yeah. It's such a rare scenario that it shows up.
Right.
And diffusives are cuttable in certain builds anyway, so good to know, but happens rarely.
Because it's also only prevented the next 2 damage. Yeah, it's not a huge amount, but only for 1 with class bonus. That's nice.
Yeah, but you need the shield, that's the problem. If it weren't for the shield part, the card just discounted on class bonus, very good. But it's a water float and you run it because of that.
Yeah.
I've heard some speculation of changing it out for freezing steels, but don't know which one will stick.
No, maybe just a 2/2.
Well, now we'll see about the storm.
We did see the release of the spirit, so we're going for 6. Two, 3.
Fracting.
Just kill it immediately.
Is that a good idea?
I don't know. I don't think it was.
Because you put 2 more.
It's 5. Okay, it was a little bit less in banish than we thought.
And that's 5 with getting a bit more from the death.
Yeah.
But now it's just storm into storm into storm at this point. Well, it's 5 because of the shield, so there was 6 slimes in banish, I think.
Yeah, Kiza really needs to start doing something here next turn. If he's not.
I'm not sure if he has a next turn.
No. Cremation on the storm pool.
He's just popping off at this point. Plus, there's still that one grail over there. I don't think there were slimes what he got.
I'm not sure. I can see one cremation ritual at least. And there's the game. Yeah.
Yep.
So do we have any idea what the record should be if you want to make top cut? Like at least 5-1, right?
How many players are there?
48.
Oh. Last 40-man event with 5 rounds. I think 2 people got in at 3-2.
Okay.
So I think
maybe
3-1-1. 3-1-1 is what I'd say is the
Yeah.
lower part of being semi-safe.
We have 5-6 rounds today, so 4-1-1 then.
Yeah. But all depends on your tiebreakers, how many people drop.
Yeah.
Because that event only had 2 players drop out of 39. Here
Yeah,
we've already seen the same number, and I think there's gonna be more drops with later rounds.
yeah, so far we had 2 drops. Let me see if there's been more for round 3. I hope not. Round 2 we had 2. Round 3 I don't see any drops yet.
I just hope we stay at an even number.
Same.
But the buys are welcomed for players later on because it does give you a break, but it's usually a low table buy, so so glimpse, keeping or bottoming? Bottoming free. That's the nice way to go about it. You have 3 cards you like and 3 that you might like.
Let's see if we get another Fractal, Frostborn. Fractal.
You called it and it appeared.
And a Chilling Touch. Put down, but it's there, just so you know. And it passed.
Just menacingly waiting.
It's so scary though, having the Sylvie start with 8 and just seeing how fast it can go up to like 10, 11.
Yeah, we have a baby.
Is there? Are they pass on that? He's bringing out the sword.
Possibly creative shock in hand. That's why.
Yeah.
And that's one fracturizing drop.
Getting the bulwark out kind of shows that it might not have that many allies, or maybe only like a snow fairy to rest.
Maybe he wants to start applying early pressure and didn't want to lose cards. That's also an option.
Yeah.
Because he should have enough for a hard casting slam, but with that gray, that plan's kind of dead.
Yeah, skip to wreckage. That's a very good escape to wreckage.
That's very mean. And enough cards to answer a Frostbind. Ooh, and passing turn.
That's rough.
Fire feeling very nice right now. And another baby.
Oh.
They always come in groups.
I just need another banished 4 of the baby grace just to make it perfect.
I do not want to watch another horror story, thank you. Discarding Erupting. Sorry, Eruption.
Yeah, I was like, wait, erupting?
Slime Eruption is Slime Erupting.
Yeah.
But being a bit more aggressive in this game on the start.
It's nice to see like the 2 decks that are one end the slimes being very flexible, but then the Nico also showing like, okay, yes, I can just go into Nico and start milling, or Icebound slamming, but also showing that they can be a bit more flexible in their game plan.
Yeah, and just staying back and holding up a few responses. But with such a... I think you need to stop these slimes a bit earlier than the situation where we're at.
Yeah.
Because he has so much value at this point. It's a bit of an uphill battle, but not an unwinnable one.
I got another Frostborn out here.
That always feels nice.
With a buff counter. Double nice.
So here you probably try to bulwark. Okay.
I go for the baby first.
I would have tried to bulwark sword the baby red. And yeah, now he can just retaliate. That's 2 free damage for him. Why not?
I think they're feeling the pressure from the future mesh a little bit.
Also, triple storm slime, double ethereal is a bit annoying, and I imagine you're frustrated with it. Because the fastest deck that can make me go off on disliking card design is slimes in this game.
But they're so cute. They don't deserve all the hate.
As a Magic player, I dislike 5-color decks and really much enjoyed the linear elemental restrictions of Grand Archive. And then slimes come around and you're like, well, here we are again.
Me has never played Magic, but has vowed that if I ever make a commander deck, it will be 5 colors.
Oh no.
It just so happens that I have one card that functions good as a commander, and I believe it's 5 colors, or at least minimum of 3.
Do you know the name of the card?
Brea Ethereum Shaper.
Brea is 4 colors. Everything
4.
Except for... Wait. No, she has black. She doesn't have green. But yeah, slimes having all the options is slightly annoying to me because I know how problematic that can get. Magic, for example, needs to buff single-colored creatures now at this point because it's just, why wouldn't I go into all the colors if I can?
We get a nice little still water patrol coming out here, getting rid of the board.
Yeah, very good and cleaning up, but slimes can still level, and with the dungeon guide, he's back online. So neither player is safe, but not in a too tough of a spot either, I'd say. But that Frostborn, if it doesn't die, it's gonna put in work throughout the match.
Definitely. DGing here to 3.
How many? Oh, paying 1 for a Blissful. So not a snap decision.
Oh, and no advanced elements either, so maybe they don't have it?
Maybe in hand digging for something better, but because the Luxor's is good, but with knowing your opponent has Smoke Bomb, it's not as good as you'd like it to be. Let's see what he'll show us.
Formation.
Oh. Oh.
He really doesn't have it. He still doesn't have it. Otherwise he would have slammed it down, right?
I think Kize is very happy right now.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, he did
Oh.
have Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 slimes. In banish only.
I think you need to kill the frost one here. Diffusive block, yeah. Stops any sort of damage. So
Yep.
2 down. Did he put in the wrong life? Because he was at 6 and took 5, so he should be at the 11. Somebody, how do we notify Sungoria about it?
Well, I think they'll figure it out because Kiza has put it on 11.
Yeah, but that's something that players could dispute at this point in the game. Because I don't think there's a history of life changes in the apps.
No, but that's the thing with us watching, DAWs watching. So if the judges need any backup, yeah, we have VAR video assisted referees.
Okay. Just making sure. Oh, no, that's not the first attack. He has a baby. And how much floating does Kiza have in his drop?
I don't know. Because he has been milling consistently with Fractal of Rain, of course, but...
Okay, but that's a slam count, yeah.
Yeah. So how many he had? That's now +1.
Oh.
He puts them to the side, so he has 5 floating now.
Okay, so a finale is online next turn.
That with 14 counters?
I think that could be game if he survives and has it.
Well, and if it's not game, you might just mill enough that you just want it to be game.
Yeah, because Fire did draw quite a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And you still have the Bulwark for 3 additional damage.
Yeah, and he still has a materialize, so he can always bring out the Claymore to banish the floating. Because how much floating does Finale need again? 2?
2.
Yeah, so he could also bring out a Claymore and then Finale as well.
Not just that, if slimes present a taunter, you can play Smoke Bomb.
Yeah.
So he needs to have 2 responses.
Wait a second, if he has Claymore, and if he would do Claymore and Finale, he's also just 2 off of lethal. Right? No, it's 14.
Oh.
No, that's just game in general.
That's just game, yeah. Ooh, but that's Storm and Storm on top.
No.
Oh, that went to hell
One
real
more
fast.
turn. We need one more. If that's another storm, I'm gonna shit.
Still isn't looking good.
No.
Ah,
No. Lost in because of triple storm.
triple in a turn. There's already one on board.
No. That is so rough.
That is a feels bad moment. I mean, congrats to the winner, but
Congratulations to Singorio.
Wow.
Spell Shaper, yeah. We kind of agree. I am the storm that is approaching. And just to get the more insider information, yes, he did have finale on hand.
Okay, because
So
it looked
Mixer-
like he was setting up for it.
Yeah.
But wow, that hurts.
Okay. Oh, he only had one floating in bin, of course. So if he could get another floating in, he could have finale'd before and milled the 2 storm slimes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
And also a Luxorus, which would have been a problem later on if this game dragged.
Yeah. But congrats to Segura. That's great. It's great. It was a great match to watch and to cast for. It's
Yeah, it was back and forth. Both players had their chances, but of course somebody has to win at the end.
exactly. I see another drop in chat coming by. I'm. I think I don't know, Dawes. How many minutes do we have left on this round? Because I wouldn't mind a little stretch.
Yeah, I'm out for a break as well.
13 minutes. Yeah, maybe we can do a little intermission, stretch your legs a little bit, and then we can be back in 10 minutes roughly.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll guys see you soon back on the stream, and we'll see you then.
And we're live, apparently.
Okay. I did only notice so far. Did he edit in that storm slime in the transmissions intermission screen? That wasn't there before, right?
No, it wasn't. He also put the GIF over the stream when the first Storm Slime was played.
No.
Emotional damage is a factor in this game.
Yes. But no, we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And alternate formats. And I was vouching for Yugi Kaiba format. And yes, it does get stale, but in the good way. Like, it's almost as if you're just playing Doa, like Dawn of Ashes Grand Archive, because you summon one monster, set one card, pass. And your strongest monster is Genie Lajin or Exodia.
Doesn't it get solved really fast that way?
No, it's actually quite fun because it's so simple.
Just go
Just
face.
yeah, basically, like picture. It's literally just how we play early Grand Archive without all the interaction.
Diamond guides.
You know, you basically play a deck full of things like Honorable Vanguards and Fireballs. That's about it. Like single removal or just a body. So nothing special. But speaking of alternate formats, we in Grand Archive, of course, have sealed and draft with the first set. Do you think we'll ever see actual alternate formats in Grand Archive? Because there are people like cooking with PvE, and I know people have been cooking with commons only and stuff. But what's your view on that?
I think commons only can pick up quickly. At least it did in Magic. But you need a greater card pool for that to happen. Based on what I've seen, I'd sooner say that some sort of 4-man format will sooner pick up.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'm looking forward to that.
Because the impact of Magic and the Commander format usually pulls people into such a more casual and social playstyle in that regard.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the 1v1 in Grand Archive, while in Magic I prefer the 4-man casual version of it.
I would like to play more 4-man Grand Archive because the cards are made for it, technically. Or suitable, at least. Not made, but suitable. And it just seems very fun. But the rules just aren't that laid out yet. Like, what's the turn structure like and everything.
The problem I see with multiplayer is that why not just play allies?
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to just kill one person with your combo turn and then have basically nothing for the next one because you had to overextend.
But also, let's say you're the first player, you materialize your spirit, you're at 15 health. Then the next player goes, he hits you for 3. Then the next player goes, he hits you again for 3. And then the next player goes and he hits you for 3, and then you're at 9. And you have been able to play one card and not level up yet. And that's best case.
That's the downside of multiplayer format. That's why you need to make alliances and do a bit of politicking. But I think with time, where decks become a lot more consistent and you can draw a lot more cards, and you have cards that are actually intended for multiplayer, then it becomes easier.
Yeah, exactly.
But those cards should never spill into 1v1 formats because then you get problematic card design.
It's like with that one bird card.
Yeah, Nado.
Nado.
Please don't.
Like, I know nothing of Magic. I've only played it once. Standard also, not Commander. And I've watched a lot of Commander videos now because I like the format, the idea of the format. But I'm not burning my hands on that.
Just go read the banning decision on Nado and the designer notes, and it's a comedy. Well, a tragedy more, but oh yeah, we thought it was 2 weeks, so we did a different effect, and then we looked at the time and realized, oh, no time to play test this. Just ship it as it is. It'll be fine.
And that's how it's supposed to go, right?
You mean combo turns, literally modifying your battlefield so players can see what's happening, and a ban in 2 months, I think.
Yeah. We need to be a little bit conscious about one of the players because they're not fully according to the setup flow, so to speak.
Mhm.
One of the players is not like half body in view and everything, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on the hands and see if that's not going out of sight and everything. Not because I think it's on purpose, but just for continuity's sake. We've got a little insider note. Looks like we're gonna get Norm Slime, so prismatic slimes versus Fire Onsol. So speaking of an interesting matchup.
I heard the Soul deck is good. One of my friends lost to it, but slimes are slimes and they can always win.
This is actually table 1. They were able to kick themselves up, and they're both 3-0. So with good matchbreakers as well. So this is one of these people we're definitely gonna see back in top 8, I assume.
Yeah, well, unless something goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
But let's say 80% chance that we see one of them, if not even two. Depends on the final standing, but they're quite safe right now.
Yes.
Let's see who starts. I like
we
the
have,
Lunette Matt.
Yes, me too. We have 3 people dropping, so we're actually at an uneven amount right now. We have 1 person they got the buy, and 21 tables playing still. So we still have quite a nice showing still. We also, with more people dropping, we see our watch numbers go up high.
If you can't play, at least watch and enjoy.
Exactly. That's
we're
how
not. Thus, we're not crying for help.
you're crying for spoilers. Somebody needs to make some actual amends with Silidar. We see Sylvie player starting off with the nice forced cake.
And now it's up to Lorraine. Will we see another hasty this early on, like the rest of the matches, or something new? And it's a hasty. Every time.
Mald is making a good point where an on-soul deck in a meta with a lot of resolutes and veiling breezes, it's very ballsy, but it seems to have been working out for him so far.
I mean, he's 3-0, and that's so far a perfect score.
Right. We got a banish of a limitless slime to go into level 1. I like the setup that the Sylvie player has here. Very nice and clear, not too much glare.
Yeah, and we also see the whole mat, which is a big, big plus.
Yes. I remember like early on in remotes, locals, that you just get called out for having a good or a bad setup.
A good setup matters, and it helps with people not cheating. It's been quite rampant in online communities recently.
Like I come from Yu-Gi-Oh, and I played like a Sense online or a Sense YCS is online, so they're very strict in how your setup looks. So I feel that. We've got a nice baby grape coming down, actually attacking, so no protection from that right now.
But cheating has gotten so far that just a good setup can't stop it.
No, true.
In an online event, a player green screened his entire board.
No.
And he had to disconnect and reconnect to the call, and that's how they got him. So it's gotten insane on how far they're willing to go and how creative you can get. One of my favorites is still the most bootlegged cheating of all time. Just have another person under your table handing you
Yes.
cards.
Yeah, no, that one's insane. We saw the Sylvie playing an ordinary bear and cracking the forest cake, so that's a nice big bear right there.
Should be a guaranteed draw on level 2, and Lorraine just leveling up, losing one side.
Yes. I'm gonna see if they're gonna play something or pass back. It seems like they're having some plans.
So that's free.
A
And we
dungeon
have
guide.
an early dungeon guide, yeah.
How expensive is Flame Sweep again?
Flame Sweep is 4 cost, I believe, so he shouldn't be able to go into it.
4 costs, yeah. So then we'll probably just see one of the slimes being taken out and getting to draw from that.
Yeah, just killing a baby should be good enough in this scenario. It's not the best, but it's not bad either.
No.
You do take one theoretical card away from your opponent, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
I feel like in first in just Fire Sylvie, like getting 2 draws was very necessary, but in Lorm Sylvie, like just a 1 draw is enough. Like you don't really mind that much.
Yeah, you have so much other slime support and digging, and should be
Yeah.
a bit more consistent. Oh, King and
Oh,
another baby.
King, I don't see. I feel like I don't see that enough anymore. It's mostly
King,
just the regular Storm and Ethereals, but not really King.
King is very good, but with Gaia's existing, I think it slightly clashes on the idea what your game plan is.
Got a dungeon guide on the Sylvie side as well. Very nice.
Yeah. Losing a Limitless and another bear. So that's 4 slimes in Banish, I think.
I
Sorry,
believe it's
3.
4, yeah. Oh, 4. He
4.
nicely marks it. And Ethereal. That's what you like.
Yeah, it's just good and annoying to deal with. But yeah, Kings are a bit slow, and with smoke bombs and people potentially maining lanterns or cleansing reunions, I think
Yeah.
it's not good enough right now. But it's a stable card that will just gain on value with more slimes being printed.
I agree.
Because saying kill my king and I kill you with my storm is a very good spot to be in.
Yeah, and especially if you play other slime builds like Fire or just Norm with Verdant Staff, there are so many ways you can trigger it yourself as well. Also, escape the wreckage. There's like either you kill it or I kill it myself, and I get advantage of it as well.
Well, you also have Covenant always.
Yeah.
So you can basically log the game, but I'm still convinced that King should be on death, not on leave. But it is a restrictive enough card as of right now that it is balanced.
Yeah.
But in the future, I can see it becoming problematic. Oh, that life
Okay.
is back.
Yes, at least it's still up to date. Horn of Beast Calling coming out here, getting rid of another slime.
So Slime's presenting a very aggressive playstyle here.
Yes, I like this. I like it's very similar to how I play it.
Yeah, especially when Lorraine is taking it a bit slower. I think this can be a quite short match. Well, at least game 1.
Popping the horn. Next beast is 3 less. And we're gonna see Storm.
No,
Oh, just
cake.
Oh, they don't have.
What did he show us?
I don't know.
I think it was a Terrasite.
I think
because
it was
he
a
put it back
Terrasite.
in the material deck, but that was
Yeah.
really fast.
It was a Terrasite indeed. And that's
game. Lorraine has 24. If he doesn't know, he has a response. Resolute. Yep. Ooh, held out on it. Very brave.
And now to see on the crackback, what can he do? Because we know the Sylvie will have at least a draw, if they don't bring out like a Covenant or anything.
They can at least bring back the Terra site.
Yeah.
They level
But
up hard.
But in this matchup, I think you'll go Covenant again, just because
Yeah.
it makes you so much safer.
Especially if you know you don't have anything on hand. Covenant your own Storm Slime. You just know that when needed, you can replenish your hand with it.
Yeah. And you know that you need one Storm to win. So be checking what was banished, but I can't count the cards in his hand.
No.
I think he's at 5 again, but not sure. So not enough to instantly go into Insol. Pendragon, very good play.
Yeah.
Here we can see the power of Crux on both sides of the board.
I don't think he got it.
And
No.
nope.
I think he conceded game 1. Which I think is fair. Like, he had 3 bodies still on field.
And
Crux is fine.
And you need to deal 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, slime is just slime. That's it. And
And
yes,
Crux
Doz,
fine.
I agree. Crux is fine. I am a Crux player.
Do you
That's why
feel like
Warrior
they?
is. Sorry.
Do you feel like they should make the April champions more legal more times to play?
Oh, the April Fools ones.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to play Sylvester.
The
Obviously.
fact that he buff counters himself, like, I love it.
I mean, I just love the art. It goes to such a different extreme compared to the original one.
Yes. A cosplay idea for Europercent.
I don't think anybody has the body for that. Maybe if you get me one of those cook shirts that have it drawn on, sure. Otherwise, can't.
Just one of those full latex bodysuits. With the SpongeBob blow-up arms.
So both players have sided, and now we're going to game 2.
Very interesting though, because we normally see fire as being the explosive deck, and so for the fire Sylvie we have seen, they're quite slower, and that's maybe indeed because of how not great their draws were, and they took a bit more of a drag that game, and this Sylvie just
Stomped.
stomped.
I think it's also because Fire Sylvie uses advanced elements as a main win. And
Yeah.
you try to use fire so you can level with consistency and keeping card strength. Well,
Yeah.
amount of cards. While this Sylvie can just say, I am okay with keeping one card in hand. If I reach level 3, I'll recover somehow.
Yeah.
So it's this essential rush playstyle. And they saw a dungeon guide which always speeds up your plan, so that's nice.
Definitely.
So
I'm
Ryan
checking
goes
the
first.
chat sometimes, like tournament discussion, and the person that got the buy right now, apparently he switched decks 4 hours before the tournament.
Last minute decisions are always best decisions. That's
Well,
when I
he's
make my
won.
sideboards.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he was how much?
0-2, now 1-2 because of the buy.
I think if he manages 4-2, he has chances.
He deserves it at least.
So
Let's
what
see.
were the 2 decks he was pondering?
I don't know. He doesn't say in the chat. We got the great Sylvie start again. Lorraine just passing.
Oh, I also found Mitch flexing his foil stifling traps.
Yes.
He wanted to retaliate for our comments. Creative shock, no surprise there.
Nope. It's the generic
It's just so good.
1-3.
Yeah,
Wait,
level.
am I blind? Oh yeah, he's 0-3, so now 1-3. I'm sorry, you're right, Mulgren. He's 1-3.
Oh,
So I don't think I do respect people that still keep playing when they're 1-3 because like we're here for the game at one point. Like I get that at some point you just want your time.
I think it's good to keep playing when you lose because if nothing else, it's experience.
Hmm.
And such events offer this more than just your normal locals because at
Yeah.
locals, when you see a player, you more or less know what they're playing, how they play, what they think, and it's just going through the same repetitions. While online and bigger events, you meet new people, you meet new decks, new behavioral patterns. I think it's just good for the player themselves to do it.
I agree. Let's see, we got a nice floating off of the creative, which cost a level up. I think we passed back already to Sylvie. Yeah.
We played an ally. We cremated it, drew some cards. Just fire showing how much of a hand they can farm.
Hopefully they can do something with it as well.
Yeah, we might get an insult turn this game. And that should be the play. A bear?
Another bear with a buff counter again, right? Or did he?
With a buff counter, yes. He leveled using the bear in Banish.
Yeah.
From memory, of course. We didn't cheat.
I'm just blind. Does the slime have a buff counter on it as well?
No, it doesn't. It's just a 1/1 interceptor, but it does a job. It drew a card.
It just looked like there was a dice on it for me, so I was like,
Oh,
huh?
sorry. I see what part you see. I think it's the glare. Because you have the wind around it and it has parts in the gust.
Fair.
And under the corner, yeah, you see like a purplish dye with white spots. I see what I got you. So Lorraine leveling. Yeah. Losing a sight again on the level.
Hi, there's some plants in the bottom corner, but they're very illuminated now with this lighting.
Yeah, and it looks like a dice. I just needed a second to see it.
A
Ooh,
flame sweep.
Ooh, that is dangerous. So that should be 4 on the entire board.
Slime shield. Do you protect the slime? Do you
I
protect?
think you go for the bear.
Yeah. And the retaliate. It's big. Or do you not retaliate? Yeah.
He did
He did.
retaliate.
Yeah.
But Lorraine still draws a card, so it's not the worst, but that bear sticking around isn't good news for you. So now he either needs 3 more damage or to give up on that bear.
Just in anticipation.
Yeah,
Seeing what it will do.
but the slime player keeping only 1 card in hand, either it's a dungeon guide or it's an advanced slime. So they
And
might
a
not
hasty.
have the kill next turn. Discarding, what was that?
Hearts. I can't see from our relay.
Yeah, it's too grainy for me to tell.
DOS can see it better, and he says it's a reprogram.
Ah, it is. I thought it was a fire card because of the border.
Got rid of Storm Slime here, but going into level 2.
Having a draw, recovering a bit of that hand. I think that's 3 down. 3 down.
No 3? Yes, 3. Do it. Do it.
If it's a dungeon guide, you kinda have to. I imagine losing that storm wasn't part of the plan.
I don't think so either.
But that's the luck of the draw. But having a game up on your opponent is already a good feeling. Ordinary Bear has Sprite too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it can attack now. We indeed see the dungeon guide, 2 more cards in hand.
Losing Cake and Slime. So not a lot of slimes in Banish.
Do they have a material? Limitless. It's not too bad. Like, that can ramp very fast now, because it's already a 4-5.
Yeah.
5-6.
Yep, it's a threat to deal with and something that will grind you down. And Fire doesn't have answers like Dream Fairy to just eat away, so...
It's Spark Fairy.
Please, we're not watching Hanky on Ascension plays. At least he could have played something with floating to make it discardable, but no. So Lorraine also going to free?
Seems like it, with 1 floating and 2 banish.
Yeah, but if you have enough ghosts, it's good enough.
Will we see the Unsol? We need 6 in hand, plus the Unsol.
I think he has enough, because he still has draw for turn. Otherwise, he would have just gone into Drumblade and next turn.
True.
Or use the classical Pendragon draw to feel comfy again. But he's
Would be a
under a
nice
lot of
combo.
pressure.
Would be a good combination of Pendragon first, the sword back, so you can able to bring the sword out on Unsol. See?
Yeah.
So I think next turn, if he has it, we might see the Unsol.
Depends on the cards in his hand. If he has enough, he can Ensoul now.
He only has 5 in hand, right?
That's 3. Yeah, he only has 5. And I think I see a Dispersion, but I'm not sure.
But Unsol is 6.
So not this turn. But I don't see it in his hand when he tilted forward a bit too much.
Forward for a little bit of protection.
Yeah, a very fair choice when slimes are so big.
Grail for the Covenant, probably.
I think it's the correct play for slimes.
I'm here to take out the Stalwart.
So that hits for 6 now.
Yep. This is a 2-3 for buff counters.
Yep. Ooh. Yeah, he doesn't have enough slimes to just go for a game here.
He doesn't have the big impact ones.
No, he has Storm in memory, but only 2 slimes in Banish. If he had a few more, he could have finished it, I think. Because, yeah, he's 3 slimes short in Banish.
But this is some nice protection already, because he probably has the Covenant under it, under the Grail.
Yeah, so you need to play through a lot of loops and hoops to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lorraine materializing Drumblade to draw and filter their hand a bit more, using the Shieldmate.
One down. 2. 3. 4. Oh. Is it coming? 5. 6. Sansol.
Yep. It's here.
Let's see, what kind of spicy swords are we getting? Nothing spicy.
What's the second one not next to the Lux Dagger? Well, sword.
That's the fire tongue one, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't think he can push for a game here.
He still needs to get to the taunter, so. Which is 7 health. And then he still needs to get to Covenants.
I think if he plays correct, well, if Sylvie plays incorrectly, he can make it. Because dispersion is fast speed, so in response to the Covenant. No, he clears the bear.
Another damage.
Yeah, but mostly clearing the board.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what his game plan is.
But like, the Limitless Slime alone is almost already game.
Yeah. And he knows his opponent has a storm. And
Which
now
is gonna be a
floated
line.
drop.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a line no matter what. Oh, they killed slime.
But you can still go Horn Horn into Gaia's into Storm, I think. If he has enough. No? Okay.
Running the guy in storm, yeah, should. Oh, yeah, now it's enough.
Yeah. Wasn't sure if that Limitless was the make it or break it part of it. I think that's game.
I think that's. And then attack for
Oh,
3.
right. It's 28, not 25. Half on Lorraine. Okay.
Of course.
We still have a turn. But if he has another Limitless, it's over. And Pendragon killing that Storm Slime, I think, feels a lot better now that you know at least one of the cards isn't a slime that he draws.
Yeah.
And you need to do it, otherwise it will just kill you.
Did he pass? No.
I think he's just considering his options. At least where to attack. Because if he has a good enough hand, he could also push for game. And yeah, here it is.
But who did he put it on?
I think he put it on Pendragon. Should be the correct decision here because Storm in itself already presents enough damage to end it, while Pendragon is a threat to you and harder
Yeah.
to deal onwards. It's still such a nicely overstated thing.
Another one.
I think Ensol can actually finish it. Because if that one card in Lorraine's hand is still the dispersion, you
Yeah,
should have
then
game.
I really like the Unsoul playstyle. It's very unique, I feel, to itself.
Well, then you match Arisana and they play their one unique ally. Show me the dispersion.
Yep.
Here it is. Yeah, I thought I saw it in his hand before.
That's game 2 going to the Lorraine.
Yeah, a lot closer than the first one.
Yeah, that's nice. I like it. I'm gonna mute for a quick second. I'll be right back while they shuffle up inside.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure if they even side in this scenario because they mostly should know what they're playing against, and sideboard options are limited. At least, and Solar Rain isn't something you expect to see, especially in a fire build on an event at this level. While Slimes is something that you should have predicted going into the field, I think. Because personally, I'd say that the Slimes are the best deck for the current meta. At least it always feels good to play them and you can just steamroll. While Soul has a bit more of a hand-reliant playstyle in this scenario, because you need to get to the Ensouls, you need to have enough cards to play it, and then you have your turns, but Covenant can stop you, and also Slimes opted to play more Taunters this time, so a bit more of a resilience to such decks. But we'll see. At least now he knows that his opponent is running the Flame Sweep, so maybe he can tempo out a bit more and doesn't get stuck on it or use a Slime Shield just to save himself. And he could save it for later turns and protect himself a bit better. But we'll see what happens. Also, again, the consideration, who goes first. Do you try to let the Insult player go first so they have one card less, but they're sooner on their level 3, or do you go first and just try to Dungeon Guide into a win? Yeah, Slime starting, and let's see what the opening 7 is. So that's a blissful. They shuffled Slimes are starting. First play of the game is a blissful, so not the best start. Revealing a Lux Slime. Okay. Ambitious or very bad reveals.
Yeah, or they just wanted to make sure they banished whatever they put down.
Yeah, but that means there's no cake, no baby. And that's a bad start for you.
I feel like maybe in this matchup, because you have all the different sorts, just having the extra baby later when they're bringing everything out might actually be worth it. Instead of bringing out a baby without a buff counter that's only like one small hit of a sort.
Yeah, at least. But now Lorraine can level, go hasty, and just kill the baby regardless.
And that gets a buff counter. It didn't get a buff.
Sword and he's still resolving the on enter.
Yeah.
So I think he'll put it on later. Thinking about what to show, and yeah, the Lux. So prioritizing Lux Slime over Ethereal just to have more ways to survive in this matchup. So probably aiming to close out the game with Storms.
Probably.
And also having basically 50% of the slimes he did the previous match in his bench is already a better start.
Definitely. You need to get there somehow.
Yep, Lorraine pulls out Sword. And Faskir to go back to 0, of course.
Always feels nice when you're able to fast cure and actually get the effect off. And not just for the fast
Oh wait,
floating.
never mind, they just didn't damage each other, but Faskir could have also helped. I think I saw Dungeon Guide in that hand. Not sure. Yeah, Dungeon Guide. Now he just needs to hope that his opponent doesn't have a Slime Shield. Because that one hurts a lot.
I think he has some sort of interaction at least.
Yeah, but for the Dungeon Guide itself?
For the sword.
Oh. Yeah, makes sense, because Lorraine gives the buff to her own attack.
Yeah.
I would have arguably still waited for the on-enter since he already threw the dice. And now the Dungeon Guide play doesn't feel so good anymore.
It really does not. I find it a very smart play from the slime player though.
I think he's tilting his cards way too forward. His opponents can see his hand. But here you kill Baby Green. No? Damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Staring at the face. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering because we see the stream at 720, but I feel like DOS and the players see it quite a bit higher. So when we can't read cards as somebody's hand doesn't mean they can't do it, that their opponent can't read it.
Yeah, it's not the best, but on the other hand, you should also be able to see your own cam, so you should know how far you can go ahead.
I agree.
But here, yeah, the stress of the stream match and also being this far out in the game shows, and people make mistakes. Can't blame them for it. Were those two ethereals banished from memory?
Oof.
If I saw right for the level up?
Then either their hand is very good or they're getting very unlucky. The dungeon guide, and he doesn't seem unhappy about the dungeon guide, double dungeon guide even.
I think he's fine because he has that Luxorus in hand. And he's at the very low life total. I mean,
Yeah.
basically 0 damage dealt to him.
Yeah.
Just presenting one big slime here can slowly take the game. And
Luxurious indeed. Lustrous.
And he reveals slime. So it seems like he's opting for a more stable playstyle instead of an explosive one.
I agree.
I'm really wondering what the second card in his hand is.
I think a storm slime.
Ideally, yes. But if he's pushed in a corner, maybe does he run songboards or something like that?
Fair. I don't know.
So far, we
don't.
haven't seen any, so yeah.
I always feel as soon as they start counting their banishes, there's at least a storm slime somewhere nearby.
It's just to scare your opponent, make them think you have it.
I
Oh,
cannot. I cannot be honest and say I have never done that.
escaping the wreckage on his dungeon guide.
Oh.
Now we're cooking. And yeah, for every second game we need to mention lack of deck list, so maybe we can get them next time.
Maybe even for a top 8, maybe we can just look at the players for really nicely.
Or bribe Aria.
Well, what I was thinking, because Aria was saying like, oh, he wanted to come on the stream. Maybe Silidar did reach out to him. You know, who knows?
One can hope. One can hope a lot.
It would be so sick if that was the case, but I don't think so. Necrotic is really tilting their hands forward a lot.
Yeah, it's not good for them. Because we saw the dispersion early before he even unsold for the first time the previous game, and that should tell you when you can crack or should crack your covenant.
I agree. As for one on Lustrous, but it's like 8 health.
Yeah, but I think he just wanted to trick him into retaliating, but I don't think why he didn't do it in reverse.
Fireball. Oh, no, that's the Produce Flame. The Focus
Okay.
Flame.
That helps. So now Sylvie is almost on the same playing field as Lorraine.
Didn't they just reveal like a better Focus Flame?
Yeah, but you need to be level 3 for it to be live. I mean, to be a proper card.
Cheaper.
Or how should I say? Because I think it's 4 to deal 4 and then discounted by 3 if you're level 3 plus.
Yeah, but it's also fast, and we have Empower now.
Yeah.
It's interesting, at least. We got a Verdant out for the Luxurious? Or was that on the Baby Slime? No, Baby Gray,
On the
I think.
baby. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think he just wants to start pushing damage as much as possible. Because
And also
he lost
maybe a little
his... Oh, yeah, it is a storm.
bit.
You were
Nice.
right.
And maybe a little bit more consistent draw.
So now here's always the tough question. Do you kill the storm? If you have the option to.
I think not. He's gonna try and kill the Baby Green, I think. Don't know why else he would bring out Ornamental Greatsword and buff the... Maybe just because it's free. And this way he has one more damage. And he knows he's gonna bounce it back anyway.
He's thinking if he has other options, but...
Oh, Dos is right. We got 30 viewers. That's crazy.
Well, write to the big man upstairs and he might send us a pretty image.
Exactly. Give us like I would settle for a common, honestly.
If it's a playable common horse, I'm happy.
Give me ordinary horse. Give us the ordinary horse. Because EU is so salty about horses.
Can we get an ordinary baron and an ordinary horse next set?
No, we already know we're getting an ordinary horse. We already know that. We just don't know the art and the effect yet. They showed the printing quality.
No, he goes Storm. Yeah, would be a cool spoiler to have, especially with Sylvie over here.
Right?
Maybe could take the bear's place in the deck.
Or maybe just have both.
I think you're too low on slimes then.
I don't know. I feel like they are doing reprints also more in the same sense as mini reworks, just like with the Savage Swing. being Savage Slash but polearm,
Yeah,
which means ordinary horse is just the same stat line and same effects, or prides and floating memory as ordinary bear, but a horse.
I mean, it would very much help because then you dodge dream fairies on such effects.
Yeah. But also, it would be just a decent horse to play. And another.
That's for 7. Okay.
And that's game. Right now, 29. Or 28. What is
It depends on what he. Yeah, nothing in hand. That's game.
nice? Then the staff mattered. That's great.
Get stormed.
DOS, don't do it. DOS, don't do it. We're looking at you.
Just as
Also-
an intermission. No, not another Silver Recollection. I see you over there. Not again.
Just like a quick reminder, the top player looks to be a little bit low on the screen. So about a centimeter of his thing was cut off. Not the storm slide. Not even the PNG either.
See, now you can't even see the playmat on stream. It's just storm slime.
Yeah.
Fix the problem. Okay, so now we're again early done with the stream match.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes left in the round.
What's this? We've only gone into time once.
Hey, you don't hear me complaining.
Maybe check with Aria again if he wants to come on. But this could be the too much time, which he mentioned.
Yeah, if he's willing. I don't know if he's still in stream.
I think he finished with lunch, so he should be free.
Also depends if DOS wants to set up another layout that includes him. Because if he just joins our call right now, it's gonna mess up the layout as well.
Yeah, true. But we all know Aria, so it's a bit easier.
True.
And I got confirmation that my friend is 202, so
202.
yeah.
Hey, that's if he goes 402, that's good. That's stoppable.
Yeah. So we hope for the best. So if the top tables are repetitions again, I might be able to see him play.
Exactly. So I think if Aria wants to join us, then it's a nice time to also do a little bit of a shout out and
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
That's why we need him here.
I see a mustache in our call feed.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, the man, the myth, the legend, and he's gone.
Well, that was your spoiler tidbit for this week.
Yep.
See you at IRL Regs.
He was here, guys. We can confirm.
We'll try to deny it, but we have proof. Hello.
Hello.
Hello there, am I?
It's the man, the myth, and the legend.
Am I a legend?
For EU.
Okay. You guys are too nice. You humble me.
America
I'm
doesn't
one
like
of
you,
these.
apparently.
I'm gonna lead with the bad news. There ain't no
Uh-oh.
spoilers.
Did you get confirmed that there was no spoilers, or did we just not hit a milestone yet?
Nah, just Papa ignored us. That is tragic. As always, you know.
It's a little bit sad. Maybe
the EU, the forever underdog.
I did speak to Hanshu, the artist, before, and they were gonna vouch for us when she was here when she was in Germany, because she was very surprised seeing how popular Grand Archive was here in Europe, and
Yeah.
it seems like they don't really realize it.
Well, I mean, it's not from a lack of trying. For months, I've been screaming at them. I've been saying
Exactly.
everything I can. It's like now I'm collecting all the data from how many players attended Spielen, from where, also my own regionals, and for everything and all the events, online events, and I'm just gonna present it to them and say, hey guys, look, boom, here's the
Did
thing.
you-
Here's how the online leagues are doing. Here's how much sales I've had for singles. Here's how much the game has grown. Like, come
Did you
on,
reach
man.
out to Titan Games in the Netherlands yet? The one in Boxel?
No, I have not actually.
It's I can send you his email address over email. He'll probably want to help with that as well. It's the store that's running the most in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So I can probably supply you his email as well, and then maybe he's willing to help you with some information from our locals as well, and just regular sales.
Cool. Yeah, that would actually be cool. Like, most of my communication with Weebs is generally about, well, these big events that I have. I speak with Chikaplu regarding the organization and such. And then I speak with Roger as well about some of the logistics stuff and products and such. And honestly, that's the part that I felt the EU has been hurt the most, because it's just a lot of issues. And I've tried, like, we had a little hiccup when it came to the Spielen regional, so I actually took the price support with me by hand. I was pretty glad that, I was attending the tournament so I could take it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the one thing that I think hurts EU more than other regions, the lack of product and availability, because it's very hard to get games going in Europe. It's just not the same.
And do you think like that it's a fault on the distributor side, or do you think that Weeps itself could lend more of a hand in this?
If I'm being honest and not sugarcoating it, it's a little bit on everybody. And the distributor has some problems. Weebs also have had some issues, even with the player base and everybody as well. So it's not really something that you can say okay, look, that person's at fault and they should have done this differently and things were a bit better. Not really. It's a mixed bag. Like, I could sit here and complain about Blackfire all day, right? But that doesn't solve anything. Just my one gripe and disappointment was the same thing that I sent in the Discord as well, is that they're out of product. There's nothing for me to buy. So, like, look, I have my regionals, right? I have 4 boxes of first edition ALC, 3 boxes of FTC, and 1 box of Dawn of Ashes. That's all I got.
That's not a lot for that amount of players who wants to probably also crack stuff.
Exactly. So I'm trying to see if there's a way I can get my hand on some more stuff, but the timing might not even allow for it anymore. But that's my point, is that just look, if product is too overabundant, then people kind of ignore it. They're like, oh, it's everywhere, it's whatever, it could be a scam, it's a bit fishy. If it's too little, then the game is hurt, because then it's like, oh, I can't get my hands on anything because I want to play the game. It just has to be this nice balancing act.
Of course. And speaking of maybe a nice little segue into it, because I'm also not sure how we're doing on time for the next round. Because not
There's
only
8 minutes on the clock.
8 minutes on the clock, okay. Because it's not only, of course, just the card game being hurt, but also eventually the stores. And one store in particular we really like is, of course, yours. Also for organizing and setting all of this up.
Thank you,
so
Kevin.
what would be a good way for us to support you, besides maybe indeed buying your singles?
Oh, well, I mean, of course, cash is king, always, But you see, just before I answer that question, look, there's no product. everybody's keeping their singles, so no one's really selling me collections. I don't have
Mm.
products to crack, so I have no singles to sell, so then I don't make money. It's a vicious cycle. It's like you just spiral down. It's like it's bad and bad and bad and bad, and it's really hard to yank it up. But what would be best is actually if the EU community were to be a lot more vocal, both in the other Discord servers, like the main Discord server, maybe even the Judge server or Merlin's Marketplace or wherever else, just for the voices to be heard. That's the one thing, is that over the internet, I've heard people feel the EU is quiet, that everyone's so quiet, nothing's happening, so why bother with it? It's like, we're all responsible adults over here. We have lives to lead and things to do. So we're not going to be, chatting all the time. But like, I think it's really good to have this voice heard. It's like, hey, this is what we're doing in the community. This is what we're trying to do. There's this one guy who's, carrying as much as he can. His back is bloody breaking. And, we're all else have all these little pockets of stores. And these stores, if they don't get support, whatever little support that they need, they will fall out of it. Because, look, imagine you're running a store, right? Oh, surprise, as if I can't imagine that. You're a little store. You're in a little town. A couple of players come to you and say, hey, we want to play this game. We love this game. Can you bring some products, some starter decks and such for us? And you're like, sure. I bring it in. I get maybe one round of price support. But then I can't reorder product. Players, I don't have any way to recruit new players. I can teach them the game and say, well, let's just wait a couple of weeks, see if anything comes. This just fizzles out. It's like you're going to have all these little embers coming around the continent, and then they all are just put out.
Yeah.
Like even my personal local scene, the IRL scene, has taken quite a hit. But that's mainly because currently, the inflation situation in Hungary is pretty bad. I'm trying to mitigate it as much as I can. We have some new players coming on board, but that's just, politics and economics. Other than that, that's the main problem in Europe. If there's no consistent, reliable support, stores just won't bother with it. They're like, why should I care about this? I can just drop it and focus on Magic and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Vanguard or whatever that's doing well in my store, and just keep at that.
I think a very good thing for the EU to also look forward to is the ascent that's going to happen. And I think that's where we have to blow the devs out of the water and show like, hey, the regionals are smaller because there's a cap on them. As soon as we have a big event, we're just gonna travel all over the place, and it's gonna be massive. And I think that's one of the more tangible times that we can show weebs that, hey, it's big here as well. Like we've been telling it to you, we've been saying it, but now we can show you as well.
Well, it wasn't from a lack of effort previously either. It's like if you don't have an opportunity to show it, then how could you? Like, if I were to be asked about my numbers, how many players joined the online regionals, how many are from the EU, how many are international, there's less EU players. If they were to ask me why that is the case, I have a very simple answer for them. Well, a bunch of the players either went to the Brudenspielen regionals this month or are coming to my regionals and store championship next month. People just have very limited time and also finances. These events aren't exactly cheap to enter either.
No.
Right? You're going to have to pay 40 euros for this one and then 35 for the other one, and also like 200 euros to travel there. It's going to add up. So people are just going to pick which ones is going to be best for them.
Definitely.
So, yeah, and that's one reason why this happened this way. But this is also a lesson for me to make sure that I try to avoid clashing events in a month like this. It was, I guess, a little too close, the IRL and the online one too. But that would be one answer I would give. I say for a lot of the other international players, some come from countries where they have more resources. So it's okay for them. A lot of players here, not so much. So we have to keep that in mind.
I know indeed some players who have told me like, hey, I have two people in my locals who play, me and a friend. So my local's not hosting anything. If my local stops carrying the game, then I have nothing besides the online things. And
Yeah,
that's just it's just rough to hear because we wish the best for the game and we want everybody to be able to play. But indeed, it's sometimes just a bit hard finding the spaces and the
yeah, of
resources.
course. I mean, I understand. That's why I'm always so worried about the online events. I try to make like you saw the replacement events. Like, okay, we had to cancel this one. Let's put this one instead. Let's have that one instead. Like for the IRL regionals, I would like to still host an event on Friday and on Sunday. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it. It doesn't take too much effort. Like I would still be behind the computer and running the IRL one as well. But most of the players are going to be here. So it's going to end up being like 4 people.
Yeah. I remember when I just joined the server like last year, like a year ago almost now. And it wasn't it like, oh yeah, we have online locals, and it was just consistently 4 people, and to see it grow to be like consistently 10 to 16 people, that's just amazing to see.
Yeah, it has been a lot of hard work, I tell you.
I believe that.
Also, like, it really became a cost thing as well, where I realized I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna make all the events free. Because I just started counting it. I said, okay, if someone were to join one standard, one Friday event for €5, that's going to be €20 a month. And if they want to play maybe in the Sunday every now and again, that's going to be €30 just for the online event. And then they still have to pay for shipping if the package, was above a certain size. Because previously for letters, I would just cover the shipping. And if they were to join their own locals, that's just more cost. So the players are now sinking almost €100 a month on the game, and it just didn't seem very viable. And I was like, okay, so we're gonna have to change things up. So I was like, okay, you know what? We're gonna make it for free. I'm gonna make everything super streamlined, consistent, simple, and hope to get more players. And look, it worked. I'm glad it worked.
Yeah, and I think it's been a positive wave throughout the server as well.
Yeah. And, that's the thing that I'm still struggling with is the Friday rewards good enough? Are they not good enough? It's like a lot of international players are just putting their prizes into the jackpot. Is that good for morale? I don't know. The problem with sending stuff out from EU is that it's just so expensive to ship it internationally.
Yeah, I do have to say with the Friday event, I feel like it's a good price support, also in a way to keep it casual. I've spoken to some stores here in the Netherlands about different card games, and they said like, yeah, we offered big tournaments all throughout the week, but we had to stop that because there were like professional players coming just for the price support, and it drove other customers away. And this way, with not offering like gold packs or silver packs, but just just regular booster packs in small amounts, it does promote just casual play a lot more than quote unquote tryharding.
Exactly. But again, you have to hit both parts of this. You have to have good prizes and good competition. And you also have to keep in mind the casual players. It's a really, really difficult thing to balance. Because on one hand, if there's no sense of competitiveness, you're now going to retain your player base. On another hand, if it's too casual, then people are going to if it's too competitive, then it's going to be harder for new players to join, and players will be turned off by that. You just have to find this right balance in the middle, which is something I'm still working out on. Once I find the formula, I will be sure to share it with everyone.
Of course. I think we can slowly start winding down towards the next round. When I grab some more food for myself as well.
Sure
Is
thing.
there anything else you want to share with the people watching and the EU people?
I think one thing I will leave you guys with is just things would be difficult. A lot of doom and gloom going around. Some people hurt things. Some people want to grow things. Some people misunderstand things. But at the end of the day, we have to remember that this is a hobby. We're here to have fun, enjoy ourselves, have a good time with our friends, and get away from life. So pulling all these kinds of things into it, stressing ourselves over menial things related to it, doesn't help anybody. Just have fun first. Don't get too competitive. Don't get too worked up about prices of cards. Don't get too worked up about anything. As long as you're enjoying something about it, there's something for you here. So just have fun. It's a game. It's only a game. Why have to be mad, you know?
I can I think everybody can wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for taking your time, and
No problem.
we're gonna head into a little intermission. We have to drink something
Yeah.
and grab some food,
Sure
and then
thing.
we'll see you everyone in round number 5.
And we're live again.
We're live. Welcome back.
So we're back this time with table 4.
Yes, we're gonna have a little bit of a different matchup than we've seen.
Now we just know what the materializers are, but still no knowledge about the actual decks.
I feel like the material decks are very generic.
Yeah, it's stock build of 2 meta decks, so... But we'll
Yeah.
see what happens. And
Oh,
we
that
haven't
mat
had...
is so pretty though.
Sorry?
That mat is from Bobolas is so pretty.
Yeah. And I think this is the first, like, clear meta versus meta deck matchup we've had today.
Yeah, I think so.
So, let's see who's gonna start. Slimes, okay.
Slime starting up. Are we up on stream as well? Just keeping an eye on the YouTubes.
We should be live. Don't know how bad the delay is, though.
Players got chill.
Hmm?
I don't know. Dawes said something. Yes, we're up.
That's a cake. And done. I think what this game most desperately needs is card market support.
Yes, but that's what I said. We should just invite card market to to the ascent.
Yeah, because once we get card market, the distributors also pick up on it a lot
Yeah,
more. Because
definitely.
they feel security in the game. Because with Battle Spirit Saga and the one game before it, it just died real fast. And I think a lot of distributors and stores got burned, and now they're a bit afraid of committing to a game.
Yeah.
But Grand Archive has been alive for more than a year and just keeps being successful, so there's a reason behind it. Why not follow up?
Yeah.
But also as a counter argument, for example, Flesh and Blood took quite a while to get here, so we're not the only ones. So
Let's see. We
that's
see a very generic opening from both players. We have a force kick on the Sylvie side and a black market broker, I believe it is.
Yep.
On the Tristan side, both very nice openings.
I mean, now with the Cortazzi ban, you don't have many other options on your early turns.
True.
Still a bit dangerous to commit it this early without the stuff, but you also know that Slimes can't push back that hard, and of course the classical play of reclaiming it on attack and then just setting that floating and leveling up into a Sadi.
That's a very good play indeed. Dawes, can you take a look? It seems like the player frames are still a little bit low. Is that something that's easily adjustable, or is that something we'll just deal with for now? We got Sylvie bringing out a nice gray slime with 1 buff counter. 2 buff counters even, that's a big one.
I think he wants to frighten that broker because he knows he has a limited window of opportunity to deal with it.
No, like if you look at the top of the Bobolas screen, there's a small little black border.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he went face.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we should be, for the players who were, for the watchers who should be annoyed by it. You should be, see Bobolas move up in a bit. Face with the baby gray. Yeah, that's so much better. Thank you, Dawes. I'm an bite. Yeah, fair enough. That's also important.
It is also good to have a bit of a frame around the stream, so that small corner doesn't bother me that much. It looks much better on the Tristan player because they don't have any black on their mat, while with the black mat it merges, and that's why it's a bit more bothersome.
I agree. I got a besiege on the Tristan side.
Oh.
So in this instance, we're still at a very even game state.
But do you think that Tristan should do to be pulling ahead faster?
I think you need to get to 3 prep counters and then play Reaper, Sharpen Blade, Slice and Dice, and that's how you close out the game.
Trying
The
to
faster
go
you-
fast for it.
Yeah, you need to rush, I think. And he's currently presenting that.
Yeah.
But that 3-3 interceptor can be annoying.
Well, luckily right now it's rested, so I don't know if they can do anything right now.
Yeah, but Tristan also doesn't have enough preparation counters to go into the kill.
True.
So both players took a few turns of a setup, but Tristan needs to pop off early if it wants to close the game. Otherwise, if the Slimes play Gaia's Grace, him to Gaia's Grace, then your Shadow Strike isn't as effective as it used to be because you can't protect it with Cortazzi anymore. So it's essentially a game of do you have it and am I dead yet?
So do you
Okay,
agree
back.
with this play of the backup charger?
Yeah, trying to farm some value. I think it's an okay play since he doesn't have any float, but it's also risking losing the baby eventually. If he runs Slime Shields, he can be a bit more confident with that choice, but if he doesn't, I think it's a tiny bit risky.
Fair.
Especially because Tristan can just go attack with Broker. Will you retaliate? If you don't, okay, I play something else that's disposable for me, try to kill the baby, otherwise just Sadi, kill Agility, pass turn.
Yeah.
I think Tristan has a bit more leeway in the early game, while Slimes can certainly pull ahead in the late game.
I feel like Slime's early game, especially in the current builds, is just flexibility in how to get to level 3, but only to get to level 3, and then the real game begins for them. But Tristan can do a lot of more flexibility.
Oh, Dungeon Guide.
That's great. These guys
Yeah.
should do it well.
Now I agree with the backup play, because this is huge, but you are exposing yourself to a stifling. Let's see if he has it.
We see some fidgeting in the hand.
There's also the memory play, he's on level 1, so it is an option. But that way he uses Stealth and Broker, so not the best. I think here you'd rather lose a card from hand than the Broker from board,
I think so as well.
because that Broker will help with clearing the Baby Grey, and he needs that. But he certainly isn't happy to see that Dungeon Guide over there.
No, he's not.
It puts you in a tough spot of, do I react now? Do I save my stiflings for later? Apparently no stifling, so we're gonna go to 2. 1 king and 1 bird. That's not a lot of slimes in Banish.
No, not at all. But you know, we noticed last match that sometimes it just takes a little bit.
Yeah, he still has a healthy hand, so another Dungeon Guide into something bigger is available. Okay.
That would be amazing, but not this time.
Doesn't have it. Got lucky.
We do see that he's playing a little bit more safe by keeping the slime up now.
I think you have to respect Tristan now in the early game more than you did in the past, because Shadow Strike is so much of an all-in play, while Slice and Dice, even if it fails, you still have some preparation counters left for later on.
True. But we should be seeing the Ripper now, right?
If he's going for it, then the Ripper, I think, yeah. But that forces him quite low on cards, and that baby is a problem. So
Yeah.
probably, yeah, goes for a bit more value and tries to slowly find the answers for the Baby Grey. Because Sylvie also doesn't have enough cards in memory to just level up, they need to play something.
Right.
And we'll see if he can catch him in that moment, or they're just gonna continue with their semi-linear playstyle and hope to pop off faster than the other.
We got 3 slams, I believe I saw. 2 even. Oof. That's very low.
Yeah, storms aren't that big yet, but they're both also on low health pools overall, so
And we've
maybe
seen
if he...
Ethereals is actually the one you want now.
Okay, second broker.
You're at the nice little 4 prop counters for when you want to level up.
Dungeon guide. Okay. Oh, if you get escape the wreckage now, oof.
Oh,
Yep.
that's a punishment.
That's bad.
Because it will give him a lot of cards in hand next turn to not only level up, but also get some slimes out.
You can also instantly go into Grell and then level up with Dungeon Guide, setting yourself up for later turns and having a form of protection on board.
Would you then go into?
Sorry?
Would you then do Grail Covenant still for protection, or Grail and a Stone Scale to maybe extend your turn even further?
I think you still need to go into Covenant, just because Tristan is on 5 preparation counters.
Mm-hmm.
And with enough damage on board to kill your Grey. Because if he's playing a fully committed build that he needs 6 cards in hand to Sharpen Blade and Slice and Dice, and if he has the Reaper that's 5, the first attack is for 8 and the other one is for 11, and that's 19 damage, almost pushing lethal.
Yeah.
And with the brokers presenting a threat on board as well, it adds up.
Wait, let's see
Oh, he's leveling.
Without the Dungeon Guide.
And losing a Storm. Oof.
Like, I mean, it's one more slime in banish, but
You also get a way less controlled banish, and now you have a dead card in hand.
Yeah.
So quite a risky play. Maybe he feels pressured to go faster, or he knows that his opponent doesn't play Slice and Dice somehow.
Well, we can see in the material that he is playing Ripper. Right?
Yep, he has a Reaper in there. That's why I assumed.
So, I would assume he's playing a Slice and Dice somewhere.
Could be also a way to just connect with Tristan twice so your Shadows can attack using Shadow's Claw.
Yeah.
Because it feels bad burning your Shadow's Claw on the attack just so your Shadows can then attack.
Oh, here, I think we're gonna see popping that drawing, getting a Stifling Trap out. No.
I think he needs a Veiling Breeze at this point. Because Stifling will still proc the kill, and then he just draws 2 back, and he's basically at net 0. Because his opponent also lost a card. And that's better for Slimes, I'd say.
Let's see what happens here.
So he has something, but we're not exactly sure what, because he's taking his time thinking about it. But being at 19, he is in lethal range if he doesn't have a Veiling. Oh.
It's 11. The Grace line is lethal here. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, sometimes just... And the worst thing is that one extra banish off of the hard level up mattered. Well, not really, because it's 1 damage extra from
extra slime and then one dam. It would have also been the same with the 1 damage from Dungeon Guide.
Plus, with Dungeon Guide, you can also materialize something else and feel safer that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
So maybe he could have gone Grail into Horn Calling, Beast Calling, and that way pump his Storm Slimes even more and digging a bit
True.
further.
He probably
Tristan siding
Come
quite a lot of cards.
yeah. Somebody in chat also mentions that the hard leveling dodges the stifling trap.
That is true, but I think if he had a stifle, he should have used it from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
Because the draw opens you up to more responses, and also the increased health pool lessens your chances of a slice and dice kill, if that's his line. But again, not exactly sure what kind of a build he's playing, so just guessing basically.
Our slime players have some fans in the chat. It seems people are vouching for Bob.
I think Sylvie has gotten quite popular with these recollections, gaining some traction.
Let's see. Like people are really vouching for Bob, so people come here for Bob. Then how are we only still at 27 people watching, huh?
Yeah, that's
Few
27
gamers.
people watching. And we have a fan favorite.
Yeah. Well, just to put more pressure on Bobolas, we should let him know definitely.
Tell Yoroi to shoot him a message. Okay, they're shuffled up.
Toby in the chat, go Yoroi. I don't know who Bob is.
27 people and 25 Bob supporters.
Bob used to play Crawl in his main board. Wait, what?
Oh no.
He's one of those Sylvie players. I'm one of those Sylvie players, but that's fine.
I mean, he didn't specify when that was. Before
Well,
the recollection,
honestly, anytime if you play Crawl, that's.
But he doesn't have much other alternatives, so might as well maybe.
Virtus. Virtus.
Okay, another broker, turn 1.
And then from Bob, we're gonna see another forest cake. Chat, if it's a forest cake, you gotta chant. You gotta chant the forest cake chant. Don't know what it is, make something up.
I think they just want Bob to play Bob.
Yeah. Oh, let's go make something down. Happy birthday for forest cake. No, only happy birthday for the baby gray slime. 2 slime eruptions.
Yeah, knowing that baby won't stick on board for a long time, he just attacks.
Maybe we should have a Bob interview after this. Because I don't know what he did, but
Wait till he tops, then we talk.
yeah. It does. Is that not something we could do? Have a little winner's interview if it's a short match? Could be cool, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's a windmill.
Don't have a layout for interview. You're gonna use the Arias one, right?
Yeah,
And
we
just
can
hide the Arias one. Aria head.
just replace it with a slime and we're good. Or a crawl.
Yeah. Or Bob the Builder. We're not focusing on the gameplay. What is that card again? Oh, it's
That's
the invite.
That's the invite windmill engineer. So flexing that he has won a store championship before.
That is kind of a flex, yeah. I would never dare to play that in my deck, honestly. No, DOS used the right art. Good.
Wait, Bob
Done.
isn't from Europe?
No, well, he is. AU is Austria, right?
Australia. Because they mentioned
Austria.
Melbourne before.
But he's
Oh,
from
no,
Australia?
Yeah, Bob has all of Melbourne behind him.
Ah. I honestly thought it was a song. It was from Austria. Normally, it's always the other way around. People say I'm from Austria. Oh, you're from Australia.
Well, we're in Europe now, our turf.
Yes, exactly. Bob is from Austria. Confirmed.
Okay, and Baby Red. Will he crack the cake as well? Yeah. And this is one of the rare windows he has to kill that broker. Fairy Whispers. Fair, digging for answers to save it.
Yep. Yeah, what time is it in Australia? That's a very good question, Dawes.
I can check it quickly.
Wait, are all these people in chat Australian? This
It's
is
15
EU
minutes to
time.
midnight for Melbourne.
What?
23:44. So showing that sleep is for the weak. And yeah, reclaim
Yeah.
on the broker.
Great play.
It is a free way to level something that he needs now since he's not exactly in a comfortable spot. And I think you want to kill that baby red as fast as possible. Even though we don't know how much more eruptions he has.
I don't think I see people play less than like 3 or 4 or so. I do always notice that the norm slime version plays a little bit less floating.
Yeah, because you just kind of want to go to free and then do your thing.
Yeah.
But still, red being now a 4/3 is a scary body.
Yeah.
And you never know when that might be relevant, and it's a lot of damage. So, yeah, he tries to kill it.
And it succeeds.
One slime down, a whole deck to go.
Nah. Okay, we had some IDs in top rounds. And one drop in the low table.
Yeah, we're this far in, the players that are 4-0 can just split. Oh,
Yeah.
ID.
There's one table that was 4-0. It was Toby and Bunny, and they ID'd.
I mean, being on stream also prevents that, so maybe Aria just didn't want them to have a break.
Maybe, yeah. A Limelight as well. Hi, welcome. I just didn't see it pop up.
So dungeon guide to free with free cards. Okay, gets stifled.
Or not. Wait, did he get stifled?
It got stifled. Oh, then he killed the windmill with it. Oh yeah, chat waking up now that we have Bob.
Bob, yeah. Yeah, let's also need the people that ID'd are in chat right now.
So we're back to a healthy 30.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, Dusklight.
Hey, he's playing a Dusklight with an Umbra card. I love that for him.
So did you see any Slime Shields game 1?
No, I don't think so.
Then Bob might be in trouble.
Yeah, but also just with pride.
And a good way to mark how Dusklight is live.
Yeah, I
Because
really
in
like that.
online matches, yeah, this is a bit more hard to do online.
Because he's
Slumber.
gonna... Storm Slime can't attack, Ethereal Slime can't attack.
Yeah, all the advanced element slimes and all the beast slimes are essentially offline as of now.
Yep. Well, except one, Engineered Slime.
Doesn't it have pride as well?
Part 2.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know. I was more surprised at first that it was a beast.
So I get the lusters.
Well, if
Arguably
you
one
can't
of
play
the
offensive, you gotta play defensive.
arguably one of the better hits right now.
I think so too. Because is there any way to get rid of the Dustlight Communion besides another Dustlight Communion with an Astra? No, right?
Um,
And we can maybe green it. I think you can maybe
yeah,
green it for a turn.
that and Slime's Blessing to get a level counter.
Yeah,
Or Regalias that increase your level. So you're not completely out of it, but still, it's not a favorable thing for you.
you can't baby green a Dusklight. Oh no.
Because it's a Fantasia. I was gonna check the card typings.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I'm bad on my typings.
Yeah, because it only hits an item or weapon.
So you need something to increase your level again. That might cause some trouble here.
Who can check if he has anything in the Materialize to see if he's safe or not. But you're more of the slime expert here than me.
He needs ears. He doesn't have ears.
Yeah,
Yeah,
then that's an uphill battle.
Your biggest call here would be just Stormflame effects.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you have so little pressure that I think Tristan can get a lot more comfy and just go for the Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is the Shadow Tristan, okay.
Yep.
I was pretty sure he banished the other one, and now I wasn't
did.
anymore.
And then now you just wait for Sharper Blade.
You still need to get past the Luxorus. So the game isn't over yet, but it's certainly turned the tides
Close.
of favor to Tristan.
The other strike would be able to go through Taunt, yes, but not lethal yet.
Yeah, because it would be for 4, so presenting 9 in itself, +1. We're at 10, I think. Oh,
Very. Now it's very rough.
I think Tristan will take this one.
I think so too. The Dusklight it's such a cool tech. I'm
Yeah, and taking 1 turn to answer Dusklight takes too much time.
Yeah.
Because Tristan here can just apply consistent pressure and go that way. But somehow drawing 2 cards and going Storm also wouldn't be bad.
It definitely would not be.
But I think that, yeah, it's 12 damage, but it's not enough, so maybe you would be forced to kill the Shadows or the Dream Fairy, but I don't think there's a way to play Storm and the Luxorus. Or is it? You can gamble on Horn. But
The Horn
yeah,
Gamble would, I think, be your only chance to be able to make a quicker play.
but you have also the safe route, which is just Grell. That's exactly what we're seeing.
Putting a Thorns on a Shadow always feels very good, I feel like.
Yeah, especially because it's so hard to kill.
And the damage reduction effect also goes through.
So now you just need to hope that he doesn't have a Zephyr for it.
For the Dusklight or Escape
Escape the wreckage.
Oh, adjusting the mic arm a little bit.
Well, backup's gonna dig for a lot, and I think that's a foil one, based on the glare.
Another one? We've seen 2 or this is the second one we've seen.
It feels very dark, so could be.
It doesn't seem dark next to the Shadows, but I believe those are foil as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm guessing that it's a foil, because I'm comparing it to the claw.
Yeah.
And the blue symbol for the cost seems a lot more bright than on the backup.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's 2 down. 3. Ooh, Sadi.
First one we've seen.
Yeah, all day. And it's not even a foil. I remember when Merc first came to DCG Player and it was the wrong image for Sadi and it was the